And it occurred to me walking in a steamy night in Indiana before I drove home that a lot of what I was reading reminded me of Homer's Odyssey. But Tim, I hadn't read the Odyssey since I was in high school. I mean, I dabbled in some poetry at Harvard and so on. But the next morning, I delayed my return to Denver and bought a paperback copy, a translation of the Odyssey. And unknown to the highway patrol of 5 states, I read it on my way home. And it blew my mind. Clearly, the author of the Acts of Andrew was portraying Andrew, whose name means manliness, by the way, as an alternative to Odysseus, to Achilles, to Heracles, and to Socrates too. So it was also Plato that was informing him. And so I had 2 projects on the Acts of Andrew that took me a decade, Tim. One was the reconstruction of the text, and the other was to assess where these narratives come from and what analogies there were in classical literature, especially poetry. And so those issued in some of the books that you mentioned, the Acts of Andrew and the Acts of Andrew and Matthias and the City of the Cannibals is the reconstruction of the text. Christianizing Homer interprets it as a Christian interpolation. Well, during that time, I also studied Greek rhetoric, the likes of Quintilian and the Progymnasmata and so on, to see how did people learn to write and what kind of literature are we talking about? And there are 2 categories that were very important. One was mimesis, that is imitation. So students would take a model that was successful and socially well known, and they would write an imitation from it, often to rival it, to change its values or to parody it. And you can see this in Virgil's Aeneid. That's what Virgil is doing with Homeric epics. He's imitating, but he's changing. And the other category is syncresis. Syncresis simply is literary comparison of 2 characters to show that they share certain virtues, but in some cases, one of the characters has faults and the other one has virtues. And by comparing, for example, Julius Caesar with Alexander the Great, Philostratus is able to make the case that in some cases Julius Caesar was better, in other cases Alexander the Great. And so people learned how to write narrative to show that their hero is not inferior to another hero, and in many cases has different virtues. And this is what was happening in the Acts of Andrew. But one day I was trying to organize a lecture on the Gospel of Mark for a large introductory course at Iliad School of Theology. And I had never been happy with Mark and the narrative explanations, and certainly not theological explanations. So I got up at 3:30 in the morning, made myself a big pot of coffee, and gave myself a reading of the Gospel of Mark in Greek so that I would have something new to say for my lecture. It became immediately clear to me, Tim, that the Gospel of Mark was doing the same thing that the author of the Acts of Andrew did. Jesus sails on a ship on the little Sea of Galilee with people who are incompetent. He goes and talks to the dead. He has these feasts for thousands of people. You have that feast at the beginning of the Odyssey for thousands of people. You have the Jewish leaders are depicted like Penelope's suitors. They're greedy, they're murderous, and so on. Jesus dies very much like Hector. His God has abandoned him, just the way Apollo had abandoned Hector. You have Joseph of Arimathea rescuing the corpse of Jesus, which is what Priam does at the end of the Iliad. He rescues the death of Hector. So Joseph of Arimathea rescues Jesus's corpse, of course, and not the other way around. And the parallels went on and on and on. Now, Tim, that morning, I didn't have the courage to tell my seminary students what I had seen because I needed to digest it and to think it through in terms of what I'd studied about Greek rhetoric and also the Acts of Andrew. So I studied for a couple of weeks the following summer and became convinced that the author of the Gospel of Mark was portraying Jesus as an alternative hero to Greek heroes to show that he was more powerful, that he was not only like a Greek hero, he was like a Greek deity, that he could walk on the water, something Odysseus couldn't do, but Poseidon could do. He could raise people from the dead. Greek heroes seldom did that, except for, a few magical magicians. And so that's where the Homeric epics in the Gospel of Mark book came from. And so
can I just ask, as you began to realize that, you were a Christian up to that point, correct?
Yes.
What did that seem like an immediate faith destroyer, or how did you not just intellectually but emotionally respond to putting those pieces together, realizing that the gospel, which was supposedly telling the story of a real, the real savior, was actually just a beautiful rewrite, very well done rewrite, but a rewrite of much, much older stories. What did that do to your faith when you began to process that?
It enlivened it. Yes, it destroyed the mythologies that I'd grown up with as a fundamentalist, right? And as a Bob Jones graduate. But now I understood what these texts were doing. Now I understand how their moral vision was played out. They're trying to show Jesus to be more compassionate than the likes of Odysseus and Achilles. This is a message I wanted my seminarians to imbibe and to preach. Now, that you don't need a God in order to find in literature insight and human imagination and ethical commitments. So this emboldened my Christian identity, but it made me altogether suspicious of organized Christianity. So there was a moral vision and a beauty to these texts that the Christian church had not appreciated. Now, I called myself in our opening comments a Christian atheist, and what that means is I think these texts are wonderful. I think they are creative and ethical masterpieces in a way. They're classics. And when they talk about God, God is simply a character in a narrative that they're using to structure reality for themselves. And that's okay. I don't care if people are atheists or theists. I want to know what that does for human life. What does it do for the planet? What does it do for gender? What does it have to do with? So the issue that these people, these authors, and they don't agree with each other. These authors are variously construing the Jesus mythology to meet the social and political needs of their time. And that is I think that moral feature of early Christian narrative is very hard for some people to understand unless they think it's the Word of God.
When you look at that, I mean, I know what you mean when you say you were still a Christian in a sense, but it was more the morality. You weren't still at that point, I assume, expecting when your time is up to stand before God and for God to say, "Why should I let you into heaven?" And you would claim Jesus is my righteousness. That was losing its ground very quickly, I assume, at that point.
Well, I'd lost that 10 years before.
Okay. What was that like at that point then when you were Like what got you out of it? Because what possibly started the ball rolling if it wasn't, Mimesis criticism and all that? What got the ball rolling for you to no longer believe in Jesus as your savior, or to just to think that this whole thing wasn't real?
I think it was my translating of the New Testament before going to seminary to realize that these are texts by flawed human beings with social commitments and with differing moral visions. And they talk about God because God is a part of their discourse. But that I actually honestly think theology is boring, to be honest with you. And I think God talk is just uninteresting.
Yeah.
So God is interesting to me when God appears in a narrative and people are using God as a deus ex machina to explain something in the narrative. Now, I know that's heretical for some people, but I get really quite impatient with theology. I think the real issue is sociology and politics.
When you did go through that experience and you were, you know, your faith was radically changing, was there a specific point at which you said, man, I'm out. Like, whatever system I was in, this isn't real anymore. I'm out. Was it a day, a week? Was it a whole, year, season of your life? What was that like? And was it emotionally difficult to shift, especially in terms of questions like what happens when I die? How did that pan out for you?
It was not an issue for me, but it was an issue more for people who knew me and were giving me a paycheck.
Hmm.
So I was released from a number of jobs because I wasn't playing ball with them. So my alienation was not with God. It wasn't with Jesus. It was with the institutions that I thought weren't playing fair and were not embodying the values that were important to me. So it was really a gradual process. And I think in a way, Tim, it was institutions that made me realize that I was an atheist more than anything that came out of my soul.
That's so interesting.
I don't think organized Christianity understands the power of art. And you were talking about the visual arts. I'd like to talk a little more about the poetic arts, how important Greek poetry was to ancient culture, how important music can be in establishing one's emotions and relationships and even nationality. I'm trying to find something beautiful in these texts that is useful.
You mentioned to me that you would still consider yourself in a sense a Christian, but more in the sense of just the morality and the maybe the cultural side of it. But for a lot of us, when we read your work, when we see what you've uncovered, and I know you're not claiming that every last minutia of what you've put forward is has to be the right interpretation, but a lot of it is pretty waterproof in our opinions on. But for a lot of us, when we read that and we think these gospels, and Mark most likely from what I understand was the first one, and the others leveraged it to write their gospels, but the Gospel of Mark, whoever wrote that was copying and imitating and rewriting Greek epics and Greek poetry. For a lot of us, when we see that, we just think that's amazing literarily, but in terms of it being truth, pardon the expression, but this is bullshit. This is not reality. If they're using the Iliad and the Odyssey and Euripides Bacchae to rewrite stories of Odysseus and the other gods in the Greek pantheon and Dionysius, then this stuff isn't real. I mean, did it have that effect on you, or were you just in all the literary factors that came into play? Or
this is a huge issue, Tim, and we're getting into theology. And I told you I don't like theology very well. But no,
on the spot.
But let me respond to it. I don't go to church. I don't pray. I think the Christian tradition has become an elaborate con. And that doesn't mean that I'm not Christian identified. It doesn't mean that the church hasn't done marvelous things. It doesn't mean that these texts haven't generated art and beauty and sustained people in times that are difficult. Now, when you say that Mark has done these things, yes, Mark is not telling the truth about reality. He's telling his truth. He's creating tradition. He's attempting to give his audience that's suffered after the Jewish war reason to hope and a way of valorizing suffering. And I think we need to unhinge the question of fact and truth. Yes, these things are not factual. So if we expect religion to be built on historical fact, virtually every religion is going to fail. But what truth are they getting to? What values are they standing for? And I find it very useful, Tim, to use social dynamic theory, called social identity theory, as a way of teasing this out. We all live in societies in which we have identities. So you and your viewers have an identity. Let's call that the stereotyped in-group. So you can describe more or less what the people who watch your podcast are committed to. We also know, or you would know better than I, who the outgroups are and how you are creating boundaries between your in-group and the values that you have and the out-group. We all live in those kinds of things. So when we look at the New Testament, let's not ask about God. Let's not ask about truth. Let's not ask about history. Let's ask about who's the in-group, who's the out-group, who's the prototypical leader of the in-group. What are the things that are contested between the in-groups and the out-groups? And by the way, that is usually crafted in these texts as theological. God wants this and you're of the devil and so on. That's what's called social identity name calling. So yes, these are not factual. But for the people who wrote them and many who received them, they are truthful. And myth is not the opposite of fact. And it's not the opposite of truth. It's the way people frame their truths to make it attractive and coherent. So I really think we need to turn from theology to aesthetics and to sociology and not psychology. I think that's a false start. But I think the sociology. So for example, I haven't done the Enoch gospel stuff like you have. But my challenge to you would be, what do we know about the social identity of the Enochic community? What is the outgroup? And how do these materials get reprocessed in order to address different kinds of social identity situations? So Mark's social identity is different from Q's, is different from the Gospel of John. And that goes a long way to help one understand why the narrative is constructed the way it is. Jesus has different faces in those groups. Why? Because these groups have used him as a prototypical leader for the in-group values. Now, I talk about this a lot in some recent work. So I guess this is a clandestine promotion of my research.
When you talk about the Homeric epics being the source for a lot of the stories, either in terms of themes or at times even to the point where they're, copying words and quoting, but this imitation, this taking an old story and rewriting it, or even flipping it on its head to change the narrative, to say our savior figure is much better than your hero. When we talk about it now, we're just talking about it like, how did they come up with this text? But the original people that did it, whoever did this, when they, if I'm going to make an assumption that you're not a mythicist. I think I've heard you say that you're not. So if they knew that there was a guy, and then someone comes along with this book that says he did all these things, and some people would say, well, I wasn't there, but I know some people that claim to know somebody that was there, and I've never heard these stories before. This doesn't sound right. I don't think he did these things. Where did you come up with this stuff? And for the people that knew the Homeric epics, they could of course say, I know what you're doing there. I can see that. For the people that didn't know those stories, they would say, this doesn't sound like anything I've heard before. Where are you getting this from? How did they get that past everybody and people not say, wait a second, this is not the real Jesus. We knew this, or we heard about this guy enough to know you're pulling these stories out of thin air. From our perspective, this is not Jesus. You could make up someone else if you want to, call him, Charlie. Charlie did this stuff, but we know there's a real Jesus, and he did some stuff. He was a great teacher. He was this, he was that, but he wasn't this book. He wasn't Mark. He wasn't the Gospel of Mark. How do you think they got people to accept it? I mean, I know the Gnostic flavor where it's like, it's not meant to be about him. It's meant to be about the seasons of the soul. But ignoring that, for the people that took it literally, how do you think they got that over that edge without him just everyone saying, we know this isn't true? Where is this from?
Again, you use the word true as though it were factual, right? So for them, it's true because these depictions of Jesus show him to be better than the deities and heroes that are around them. So in antiquity, people had different thresholds for historical reliability. And their threshold for reliability often had to do with claims of personal testimony and so on, which is related to what you're saying. But a fascinating piece of this, is often overlooked in the writings of the elder John. He's the one who wrote 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John. He's known by Papias, and he is called a mathetes himself, that he was someone who knew Jesus himself. He probably was an exile after the Jewish war and became a missionary or a church planter of sorts in Western Asia Minor. And he writes these letters to his churches, and later on, people ascribed the 4th Gospel to him. He just he and Papias, who is our earliest reference to this John the Elder, accept the Gospels of Mark and Matthew on the basis of their witness, that they saw it. So they, curiously enough, I mean, we would not buy it, but for them, these were considered valuable texts, and they articulated very early on some of the values of their communities. I think one of the things that is different for us is that we emphasize the narratives. And for Papias and John the Elder, they actually emphasize the teachings and the sayings. And these are the ones that get picked up, for example, in the Johannine epistles. If the author knows the Matthew and Mark, and probably Q, in my view, why is it they have almost nothing to say about these miraculous narratives, and it's all about ethics? It's the sayings tradition that really matters to them. And even in the fragments we have of Papists, there's very little that's related to their narratives of these sensational things. So your question is really right on target, Tim, and it's a difficult one to ask. I think the most important thing to say is our threshold about what is realistic and scientific and historical did not matter to them in the same way.
Can I ask who you think did it? Who do you think actually wove this Homeric epics into these Gospels? Have you ever thought about that and taken a best guess? I should say, it might not be one person, but which person or group might have done it and where they were?
This is going to shock you, and because I know you're possibly a Q skeptic,
I'm ambivalent on that one.
No, you have imitations. If there is a Q document, you have imitations of Homeric epic already there. Telemachus is visited by Athena, and he learns that he is indeed Odysseus's son. He goes out immediately and challenges the suitors in order to establish his father's kingdom. What about the parables? There's a man who puts his servants in charge and goes off for a long time, and then comes back and requires his servants to be obedient while he was absent, and one of them wasn't, and so he cuts them to pieces. Read the Odyssey. That's what Odysseus does. He goes on. This is the Q document already. And so Jesus already is a Greek hero, but he's also the prophet like Moses, who is going to be more compassionate than the Moses of Deuteronomy, for example. So here's something that I'd love your viewers to think about. In the period we're talking about, to the year 200, we have 5 fragments of the Septuagint, 5 fragments. We have over 600 of Homeric epics.
BC, right?
No, CD, up to the year 200.
Okay.
From the period of 200 BCE to 200 Common Era, you have over 600 fragments of Homer, and you have 5 of the Septuagint. Now, which texts are Christians likely to have known? Which ones were used in schools? Which ones were in their artwork? Which ones are contested in philosophy? They're not talking about Moses, they're talking about Odysseus and Hector. What's going on in Virgil? So we have had amnesia about the Greco-Roman side, mostly because the Gospels appear at the end of the Hebrew Bible. So those are the intertexts we're interested in, but their intertexts were what they learned in school, what they saw on the theater, what they saw at the temples. And so we have this deep amnesia about classical Greek culture, that if we could recover, we'd appreciate these texts so much more. Now, they're not the Word of God. They're not revelations, and you're not going to get saved by them. On the other hand, for the people that read them, they were life-giving, and they were sustaining, and they caused people to come together and this social identity bonding.
Do you have any guesses as to who actually did it, in the sense of, was it a group of, I know there was a huge group of Jews in Alexandria where there was a huge library. There were other locations. Do you have any guesses as to who might have actually put forth the first gospel that we know of as Mark? Or the gospel of the Q document?
The earliest gospels almost certainly were, if there was one, Mark, and Matthew, and they all come out of a relatively bilingual environment with Aramaic and Greek. Now, that's more likely in the Levant than anywhere else. And also, two of these texts are very concerned with the Jewish war. Well, the Jewish war is something that affected the Levant in a way that it was an issue in Egypt. It never was an issue in the same way in Turkey or Asia Minor. So surely these things came out of those areas, but they did not come out of community life. They came out of intellectuals. These things, in order for these authors to be able to do what they do and to use the rhetorical devices they do, they have been educated. And they're not transmitting tradition, Tim. They're creating tradition. These are not recorders. They're transformers. They're the ones who are creating these traditions, and they know each other, and they think the previous ones didn't get it quite right, and that's why they're revising it. So there's something built into the synoptic tradition that should make you suspicious, namely that nobody likes what the previous person did or wasn't entirely accurate.
Yeah. Do you, when you look at some of the people that were, I mean, obviously there's going to be people from that era that we just don't know, they're lost to history, but people that we do know, you know, Plutarch, Philo, Josephus, on and on the list could go. Whoever the big hitters were of that era, do you think any of them that you know of could have been behind some of this?
No.
Okay.
No.
Gotcha. It's one of my biggest questions in my mind is the more that we dig and figure out what they did, it makes me think, well, we kind of have this, you know, just a sign that says they did it, you know, who was the they? And it does seem like it's a question that it's really hard to answer. It seems like I've seen some really good reasons to believe it might have had something to do with Alexandria, but, you know, those arguments are just one of, you know, many. And I'd really love to hear someday a good argument from someone that's, you know, I couldn't put forth one myself, but I'd love to figure out who did this, because I guess I'm hopeful that it might illuminate a little bit about the reasoning as to why they did it versus simply writing the story of his life, you know, or maybe someone did. Like, who was the actual Jesus? What was the real guy doing? I know we've got some, you know, some sayings from him, but what was his actual life like? And I don't think we've got too much of that left, being that we can pull most of it out of the Iliad, the Odyssey, and so forth. And I'd love to dream that someday I'll have a little answer to that. We'll find out.
Okay, well, I'll give you an answer to it right now, Tim.
Yeah, I'll take your answer.
I'm, as you know, a big believer in the Q document. Now, you don't have to believe in my Q or any Q, but you have to say that not everything in the New Testament Gospels can be explained by mimesis of Greek poetry or philosophy. Mm-hmm. So what is there and what is left? Now, that material comes out of a different social identity situation. In that case, the issue is, what is the status of Mosaic Torah for Jesus and his followers? And this is where you get the debates with Pharisees and the demonization of Pharisees. Jesus heals on the Sabbath. He allows the healing of grain on the Sabbath. And this saying that you have in Matthew and Luke probably comes from Q. The law and the prophets were until John the Baptist. After that, the kingdom of God is in force. Now, what that means is that's an attribution to Jesus, that the law and the prophets are in the past and something new is happening with Jesus and his message. Now, I don't know that Jesus said that, but I do know that if you then go over to Paul also is convinced that Jesus is the end of the law and that there is now a new dispensation, if you will, between God and humankind that is not built on Torah observance alone. Now, where does that insight come from? And in a little, there's a passage in Josephus, not about Jesus, but about James the Just, that says the same thing, that James the Just was killed by certain people who were very strict on the law, but others who were more generous to the law said, no, that they're fine. In other words, the Jesus movement, including James the Just, is in a kind of marginal position between Torah observance and Torah flexibility. Now, there you have Josephus, you have Paul, you have Q, and in my view, that's all coming from early Jesus tradition. And who started it? Well, everybody's saying that it came from Jesus. So Jesus must have been, in my view, Jesus was a social reformer who saw that Torah observance was harming marginal people. It was harming women, it was who were sinners, it was hurting people who were hungry, and Jesus was a representative. Now, this is mythologized already. I'm not talking about a historical stuff. It was confronting the authorities in order to make life more habitable for the people that he was committed to, and they're listed there: the blind, the lame, the sinners. I came to call tax collectors and sinners, not the righteous. That's in the Q document. So I think if you want to know something about Jesus, you have to start with his challenging the social identity of Palestinian Jews who were counting on Torah observance to get them out of Roman clutches. And he's not against Torah observance, but hey, Torah observance is hurting all these people. And that's not what Mosaic law should be about. So the law and the prophets are until John, who's a radical ascetic. I mean, he doesn't go to parties. Jesus, drinks with sinners and tax collectors. He's the party animal. Why? Because he's trying to reach them for the kingdom of God in a way that is not oppressive. Now, this sounds theological. I really mean it to be sociological. These theological terms are used in order to establish an alternative Christian identity for Jews in their interpretation of law, so that law, and by the way, the passage about Jesus writing in the dirt and freeing the woman is in my Q document. That's, and why does he do it? Because the elders are trying to stone this woman who admits she's a sinner. Basically, she never repents. And Jesus writes he writes the commandment in the dirt to show that it's not written in stone, it's written in the dirt, so it's flexible.
Would you say then that it's fair to say that those original Jewish communities that would have followed Jesus and Paul, that they would have been educated enough in the Homeric epics, most likely, to have done this? Or would it have taken an outside source, do you think? I'm not familiar with how much the Jewish communities would have been influenced by them. Was the syncretism thick enough that they would have easily been able to do that?
Well, that's a very good question. And the curious thing is that the author of the Q document doesn't want people to see those Homeric elements. He's using them on his own to create he's not trying to say Jesus is like Odysseus. He's trying to say Jesus is better than Moses. So, but he uses these tropes that are available in, literary education in antiquity in order to do it. So I'm sure he didn't want any of his readers to see what he had done. Now, Mark may have seen it, and Mark said, hey, that's a cool idea. I bet I can, expand on that. So Mark expected his readers to be able to see the opposition, not because they knew Homer well, but because they lived in a culture that was influenced by Homer and Greek mythology. So for his for Mark, Homer was a text. For his readers, Homer was radiation, cultural radiation. It was, as Hegel put it, Homer is the oxygen that Greeks breathed.
Again, just in a nutshell, the Gospels imitating the Homeric epics and other Greek literature, not copying it in the sense of just literally quoting it, although they do that sometimes, but more of a response to it and rewriting it. But when you do that, one of the things that the benefit of it that kind of comes down to us in the current day now that you've exposed this so much, is that it really does help us. But in terms of saying, this is history, this is a literal book, and you need to literally believe that this is the Son of God and his death and resurrection and his blood saves you. As you start to identify some of these stories, what I think is really cool is that you can actually, as you get more and more educated on them as a layperson, you get more well read about works like yours. Every time they bring up a story, you can begin to just pull it apart and say, I can tell you where that came from.
Exactly.
But just the idea of Jesus sees them he's on the mountain and he sees them, and Zeus is on the mountain and he sends Hermes. Jesus walks in the water. Hermes with his golden slippers walks in the water. As Hermes approaches them, they're terrified. As Jesus approaches the disciples, they're terrified. Just the whole thing, and I get honestly a little twinkle in my eye when I think.
When my son was 13, he said, Dad, I know you teach, but I don't know what you teach. So tell me what you teach. And I said, I've got a deal for you. We're going to spend a week, and instead of reading to you before you go to bed, I'm going to tell you two stories. And one is from Greek mythology and the other is from the Bible. And
I love it.
So I told him one story and then told another story, and I asked him to compare them. And so we did. And then we did that for 5 nights. And on the 6th night, we did it again. And I said, hey, Julian, I think we've done it enough. I want you to know that very few people have seen the parallels between the stories that we've been looking at. And he says, I can't believe that, Dad. He said, no, that really is true. And we talked a little bit why that was. And I said, which stories did you like better? And he said, oh, I like the Greek stories so much better than the Bible ones. And then I said, I do too. But I want you to ask, which hero do you want to have your life more like? The stories about Jesus or the stories about Greek heroes? And he thought, no, it's about Jesus. I want to be more like Jesus. Now, and the reason I want to spin out of that just a little bit, one of the things I hope my work does is give people a new appreciation of Greek poetry. It's beautiful, it's profound, it's a cultural classic. And I've had several people say, I would never have known about Homer had I not known about Jesus first and then read your stuff. Because now I know more about this wonderful literature. And the same thing's true of the Bacchae. What an amazing play that is. But if you read it, when you read the Gospel of John and you see those parallels, you can see why the author is trying to make Jesus a better hero than the death-producing Euripides. So I appreciate very much that some people are getting some benefit out of understanding these things mythologically, but not just to understand the Bible, but also to understand Greek poetry better. And I do want to introduce my volumes now. I've been working for a long time on a mimetic synopsis that comes in 3 volumes. The first is a mimetic synopsis of Q, Mark, Matthew, and Luke. And they're actually set up in parallel columns with my translation of every word in the Synoptic Gospels, my reconstruction of Q, and lengthy introductions and excursus of my translations of Greek poetry. so that you can see the story that you had about Hermes and so on coming down. I give my translation of that, and with relatively little commentary. I just want people to see the texts back to back and to make their own judgments. The second volume is called A Mimetic Syncresis of the Acts of the Apostles in Greek poetry. And the third is a mimetic synopsis of 3 Gospels of John, where I unbraid the 3 levels of composition of the Gospel of John and argue that the earliest one is an imitation of the Bacchae. It knows the synoptics, but it wants to make Jesus a donor deity the same way that Dionysius is. Now, I'm going to hold up one of the volumes, and you can see how thick it is. That's double-sided. It's 340 pages. The second one is volumes 2 and 3. And this has every verse of the Gospels and most of the Acts of the Apostles presented with their parallels in Greek poetry. This is a gift to people who are curious. And by the way, I think you and I are now called duns. We're done with organized religion, but we have a fascination with these texts, a curiosity, and a need to kind of reprogram our traditions. So I don't know where that's going to lead, and that's not my job. My job is, I think, to be a pioneer of a certain way of comparing Greek poetry and early Christian texts to give us a new appreciation of the moral vision that these authors had and their creativity.
I love it. And I think it's fair to say, just based on what I've seen of your books and your interviews and what you're saying from those volumes, that this imitation dynamic, we're not talking about a few of the key passages in the Gospels. The examples go on and on and on and on. I mean, it just feels endless. And I think you mentioned this with one of your interviews, but once you kind of train your mind to see it, a lot things start to pop even more, because you've suddenly got the right primer, the right grid to see it through. Is that fair to say?
I've not found them all, Tim.
Yeah.
I'm telling the way I try to tell it my students. I think I found a mountain range that other people haven't seen, but I don't know how far the mountain range reaches. And, some of these examples are stronger than others. I think I found some of the stronger ones, but I'm sure there's more.
Mm. And when you look at it that way too, it also, you mentioning, have an appreciation for Greek poetry and Greek literature, but it also, I think, brings you back, like when a lot of people leave Christianity, they're like this, whether they're doing it because they're reading some of your books or other things, whatever the reason is that you left, and you realize this doesn't sound like reality anymore. I'm done with this. Whatever your reasons are, a lot of us go through a phase, I think. I don't think I personally went through it, but a lot of people go through a phase where they're just like, this Bible thing is so ridiculous. This is so stupid. And when you kind of go
and dangerous now.
Yeah, for sure. But when you step back from that edge a little bit and say, this book is so stupid, and you take your time to get over your angry atheist phase and blah, 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 and you start to just heal, slow yourself back down, figure out what reality is, you start to get regrounded. And then you take a fresh look at it after a while. You're like, you know what, this book, if I'm going to take it as a literal word from a literal Canaanite deity who had a son named Jesus, yes, that's garbage. But this is a pretty amazing book. I mean, when you figured that they're doing, you mentioned, the Greek epics obviously is a huge piece of this. You also mentioned Moses, where they're rewriting a lot of the Mimesis, the Old Testament. Then you're weaving in things such as Pythagoreanism. There's stuff where they're copying from Josephus. I've seen some evidence they're copying from Plutarch. A lot of other stuff, gematria. You take this stuff and you're like, these guys are pretty clever And I wonder if it was like in phases where like somebody said, I'm your gematria guy. I will weave in the magic numbers with the words. Someone else said, Pythagoreanism, was my deal. I want to put that in. Someone else is like, hey, I read Homer for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We got to weave Homer all over this thing. And someone else is doing something else. But whether it was one person or a group of people or just iterations, by the time that it comes down to us, there are layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of dozens and dozens of different things that are woven in here. And yeah, as a literal gospel from a literal God, it's stupid. But as a literary work, it's brilliant. It really is. And you begin to see it with fresh eyes and say, I can actually, for the first time in my life, having already read it for decades, I can now read it for the first time for real.
Paul Ricoeur uses psychological theory to talk about to talk about a first naivete and a second naivete. The first naivete breaks up when you start thinking about it and it deconstructs. But there's a way of owning these things that is no longer uncritical, and it's not naive. So the nomenclature isn't helpful, but you get over the pain, and all of a sudden, then you see the beauty again. And that's what you're describing. That's what Ricoeur was trying to describe. And it really is a part of cognitive development. The same way children go from believing in Santa Claus to not believing in Santa Claus to believing in Santa Claus for their children. It's you own Santa Claus as a parent in a way that you would never when you were a 13-year-old snot and you already know that Santa Claus doesn't exist.
Yep, exactly. Well said. Do you think there's any other major influences besides what you've come across? Like, do you have any, just, I don't mean something you would identify for me or for anyone, just a sneaking suspicion. Do you think there's some other major secretive things woven in here that we just haven't uncovered yet? Specifically, what I'm fishing for is like I'm starting to dig it, for example, into gematria and Pythagoreanism. Bill Darlison, if you're familiar with his work, the Zodiac and the Gospels, talking about how the Gospel of Mark is structured according to the signs of the zodiac in the right order, the constellations. Like, what are there things that you're finding where you're thinking there might be other layers to this besides just the Greek epics?
I'm going to say no without being dogmatic.
Gotcha.
And it goes like this. I don't think what these authors are doing are esoteric. I think they're politically charged. I think they're trading on the great traditions of Greek culture and engaging Virgil's Aeneid indirectly, but attempts to see esotericism. Gematria would be an example. Or this is one reason I'm a little skeptical about the Enochic stuff, because some people think then these readers are, esoteric and they've got this Enochic stuff in the closet. The only place where I find a possible esotericism, and I don't even know that I'd call it that, it has to do with elements of Mithras and the Mithras cult. But the Mithras cult was known in antiquity, even though it was a mystery. But there are a couple of places where one wonders if people are aware of Mithras. So, and some people who are interested in esotericism and that you have privileged readers who have common esoteric commitments have liked my work. I wish I could say I like theirs as much. So there you have it. I'm not trying to be dogmatic. I'm just saying I don't think these texts are written to be in a closet, and I don't think they're written for private eyes. I really think they're trying to make larger they're evoking larger cultural structures.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I feel like at the very least, your work, if people really get it, I mean, they really read your books and study them, and they're not easy. Some of it's not easy. You have to read it a couple
That's
times
true.
and think
Yeah.
about it, and especially I'm sure with the vines you're coming out with. But this is just a great place for people, I think, who truly want to say, I want to come at it with fresh eyes and understand where this book came from. As I dive into this, to me it seems like there's no way that anyone could not see the truth and the reality of what you pointed out here, that they are imitating other epics, other classics, other poetry. But I saw one of your recent debates bringing up here the question of Christians, fundamentalist Christians, literalist Christians. A lot of us would love to talk to Christians about these topics, and yet the walls feel like they're 100 feet high and 10 feet thick. They want to just put their fingers in their ears, or they want to say this isn't true. I know you faced a lot of criticism, which I believe is just beyond ridiculous. What you've done is pure gold to me, but yet I understand why they're doing it, because there is a fundamental threat in the sense that if what you're saying is true and is accurate, that they're overwhelmingly imitating Greek literature, then that means that the Jesus stories aren't literally true. They are imitations of other mythologies, other poetry, which means that what they're swinging out into eternity over, as it were, I'm sure you've seen those pictures of the tracks. Here's the earth and here's heaven. You need to cross, but imagine it instead as like a, Spider-Man's, web. You're swinging out over the flames of hell, as it were, and this rope that's going to get you to the other side, to the other side of death, to the banks of Jordan, is, I know Jesus and the gospel is the truth, and that's what's going to save me. And so when they see this stuff and they see the implications, not just like, okay, there's a parallel here, there's a parallel here, he's quoting this and he's quoting here, but there's, beyond the facts of the data of where it's being imitated from, there's like a thread, an underlying thread, almost like a dormant volcano, that's where we think it's quiet on the surface, but it's actually bubbling hot on the bottom side, and it's going to erupt at some point. And the eruption is, your whole worldview is utterly incorrect. You have completely based your life on a fantasy. And so how do you approach that with people who, I mean, I guess, do you approach it with a lot of people? Do you just say some people just aren't ready to hear this? Is it just too much for some people? But for the people that are willing to approach it a little bit, how do you get past some of the initial pushback where they just say, I just don't think that's true. I don't think this is reality. I mean, I know Jesus is real. I know the gospel is real. And maybe even the idea of other people would have seen it by now, blah, blah, blah. All the objections. How do you get fundamentalists to engage in the conversation?
I'm going to answer in three ways. The first is, what is my gift to mythicists in engaging in that conversation? Mythicism usually comes out of a kind of skepticism. And in this case, these myths are not just kind of in the air and manufactured by visions and hallucinations and so on. We actually can see what are the models that people use to rewrite these stories. So I would hope that your viewers who are mythicists, I'm not a mythicist, but mythicists like Richard Carrier can use my stuff to say, now we know where these myths are coming from, because we can see that this is a part of a literary project that these communities are using. The second answer I'm going to give to you is, and by the way, I'm not successful in dealing with fundamentalists because, I'm persona non grata, thank you. But another way to understand it, though, is social identity theory. These people, like at Bob Jones, are told that God is on their side and they have certain social identity markers that they use, certain social conformity, and that has a cohesiveness to them, and it allows them to have what are called high social boundary maintenance, so that they need to maintain their identity against the outsider. And so then you have stereotyped outsiders like myself, and probably now like you, who are then demonized. And you're of you're, and there's biblical precedents for it. You're of the father of the devil. He was a liar from the beginning, and so on. So that, I think, is an explanation of why you have this retribalization of American culture, and these high boundary maintenance, and the stereotyping and really demonizing of the outsider, because you don't have and the Bible then gets used among some to be the revealed word of God, and we're defending the Bible and Christian tradition against everybody else. It's very unfortunate. Now, the third way of dealing with it is the hardest, Tim. To make friendships and to say, can you tell me why this is important to you? Can you tell me what you would do with these things that I would consider inconvenient truths for you? What about these parallels of God's walking on water, or visiting the dead, or the God's abandoning heroes, and so on? Now, and one way to get around it is to say, look, I'm undecided on some of these things, but this asshole Dennis Macdonald thinks that some of it's coming from Greek poetry. What do you think about that? How would you digest that, and so on? But I think so much of it has to be done now. And again, this is from an atheist, pastorally, from friendship, from listening, from putting inconvenient truths and so on and facts in front of people, and giving them a chance to think about it. Unfortunately, we are so polarized now that we don't talk to each other, and we don't have bridges for doing it. So those are the three responses. One, I think mythicists now have more ammunition than they had in the past, for saying where these myths come from. The second is that we have now an assembly of inconvenient truths that require people to wrestle with them. But the third is as important as anything: friendship, dialogue, and struggle, I guess.
It's a good point, because there's a lot of these conversations where you'd love to have them, you'd love to dialogue, and even not in a belligerent sense, like, oh, your religion is so stupid, this or that, it's just so made up. But just to say, like, let's honestly dialogue about the source of this stuff, because I have some honest questions. I think what's hard is one of the things that's recently come at me, and I'm sure you've had versions of this, is the idea that, remember, there are verses where it talks about the natural man can't understand the things of the Spirit of God, and God reveals things, but if you're in the flesh, you're not gonna get it. Basically, the things of the Spirit are foolishness to you, and the idea has been portrayed to me recently by some loved ones that you can't, like, you literally, if you've walked away from the Bible as your source of truth, from Jesus as the Lord and Savior, then you truly have no ability left to rightly divide the word of truth, as it were, to rightly interpret the Bible anymore. You have walked away from you've disqualified yourself from ever interpreting the Bible. And I just say that as a comment to say it's very troubling, these conversations, and maybe just to bring into it the aspect of stepping away from academia for a second and just saying, there are some people in families, marriages, with issues with their kids or their parents, where these theories, these really amazing academic insights, they go from being really cool YouTube videos to watch and really cool notes to take, to sources for daggers that go into our backs by our loved ones. And there's a lot of people hurting purely because they've realized this stuff isn't real. And I would just wanted to encourage those people as you're listening. I understand that we're talking about this as just, more factual, but I also understand there's an emotional side of this. Some of you have deconverted because of realizing information like this and lots of other information, comparative mythology, and you are now in a whirlwind of hate in a lot of cases because they treat you like basically like a traitor. You're a traitor to the gospel, to the Lord.
Tim, describe that in terms of social identity theory.
You're in the outside group now.
You're in the outside group now.
Yeah.
The inside group has to maintain its cohesiveness and its reliability.
Yeah.
And so what you're facing now is outgroup stereotyping.
Yeah.
Nobody in the outgroup can understand these things. And so how people who do a social identity interpretation say social identity is the way humans are wired. We're not going to get rid of it. But what we need to do for these groups is to lower the boundaries between the in-group and the out-group. This is one of the things that liberal Protestants have tried to do, to lower that so they have a Christian identity, but they're willing to be assimilated to larger society and to accept other religions and so on, so that it's not, so that those social identity boundaries are permeable and can be lowered. So instead of making them mythicists, I think the issue is to appeal to generosity and to open and to my guess is that in your family, you are going to be more respected for being a loving father than being an intellectual. So be a loving father.
Yeah. Bingo. Well said. Well said. Hopefully, just like I think it's one of the Peter's, First or Second Peter talks about, if you have an unbelieving spouse, win them back with your good behavior. Hopefully,
there you go.
Work both ways.
A little wisdom there. Yeah.
Win them to the other side as well.
I think this is a much more vital church and religious experience than anything you're going to get in the local church in your hometown. So now we can be more global in our reach and in our learning from each other and our valuing these texts. I value these. I love these texts. And I'm so angry that they're so misunderstood and abused, even in sometimes a counter to the moral vision of the authors. You're creating a network of people with similar commitments, and it's really vital to what to in these culture wars. It really is a very important thing. In the first place, there are such obvious differences between the Homeric epics and the Gospels that jumping from one to another seems to be implausible. Most obviously, I suppose, is that the Homeric epics are intentionally and quite obviously fictional, that it's polytheistic. It comes out of a different culture, probably 7th century BCE, so it's not contemporary to the Gospels. It's in poetry, and your viewers may not know that it's actually a different Greek. Archaic Greek for Homer was very difficult for people in the Greek speakers in the Roman Empire to read. Students hated their Homeric lessons because they couldn't understand the vocabulary. We actually have a 1st century Common Era. This is contemporaneous to the Gospels. Author who actually has some connection intermediately with Josephus, who wrote his own lexicon that had the Homeric vocabulary in one column and its equivalent in Koine and it went for many hundreds of entries, and it was used so students could read Homer. So another issue is that Homer is written, and the Athenian poets are written in verse, and the Gospels are written in prose. So there is a genre difference. Now, in the Greek-speaking Roman Empire, the world of the Gospel compositions, we have no example of an imitation of Homer in poetry. We have, in other words, no one is interpreting and re-imitating Homer in his genre. We have many, many, many examples of them imitating Homer in prose, which is much easier to compose. So Tim Whitmarsh, one of my favorite classicists, says that throughout the Greek speakers in the Roman Empire, there was a definite preference for prose over against poetry in order to cash in on the cultural cachet of the Homeric epics. This makes Virgil's Aeneid and Ovid's Metamorphoses all the more amazing because they can imitate Greek poetry in Latin poetry. And by the way, many of the texts in Homer that are imitated in the Gospels had been imitated at least half a century earlier by Virgil in the Aeneid. I think this is competitive mimesis. So for a long time, I agreed that maybe these parallels in the Gospels were only in Homer's influence on Greek culture generally. And because, you could also see the Homeric epics depicted in art, on vases, in statuary, and even in the plays. Some of the Athenian tragedies were still performed in theaters in the East, Greek-speaking East.
So if I may butt in just to point out, and this is kind of backing up to what you said before, because you're talking about what a lot of scholars are saying, well, it was in the air. They don't really see mimetic. They act like that wouldn't be a term they would use, right? But they would say, but what you're suggesting is the complexity of this Greek is a serious blind spot, you believe, in critical New Testament scholarship on looking at it, because it's so much easier, let's be honest, to look at Moses and Elijah and the Bible and go, the Bible uses the Bible, right? And
right.
Most scholarship comes out of Christendom. So what has Christendom been teaching? Well, the Old Testament interprets the New. I remember reading something about the King James translators, and here they are saying the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed. This was their phrase. The New Testament was the Old Testament revealed. Their entire vision is, how is the new fulfilling the old?
Yep.
So they can't even imagine how a polytheistic, archaic Greek text would play any mimetic role. And you're saying there's a blind spot even in this where it's almost like learning two Greeks.
That's exactly right, Derek. Ancient Greek, the Homeric Greek and the Greek of some of the tragedians, is a different language. It was like our speaking English and trying to read Beowulf. And students hated it. But here's the thing that's amazing. Everyone who learned to read Greek in antiquity, as far as we know, had been exposed to the Homeric epics because it was the primary textbook. Now, why? It's not because it helped people understand the Greek language. It's because it helped them understand Greek culture. Because these are the foundational texts of elite Greek culture, including into the Roman Empire. So when New Testament scholars learn to read Koine, even if they learn to read Koine easily, they can read the Septuagint easily. But unless they're trained, they can't read the Homeric epics well. And it took me years to learn Greek, the Homeric Greek and Athenian tragedy Greek well enough so that I could do my own translating of these texts and see the similarities. What happens then in New Testament scholarship is that our critical lexica will identify parallels, often in classical Greek, that are etymologically different. But they don't find ones that are semantically different because they don't have the same etymological roots. That's why this lexicon of Apollonius Sophista is so important. If we enriched our critical tools for lexica to include the more semantic and less etymologically related words, we'd see many more parallels than we can see. Another issue related to this is that when New Testament interpreters translate, they don't translate Greek names, but many of the Greek names are significant. So, for example, in the Acts of the Apostles, is it accidental that the young man who's raised from the dead is named Lucky? Eutychus means lucky. Is it accidental that the first martyr is named Stephanus, which means wreath, athletic wreath? And of course, martyrs later in Christian art are wreathed. Is it accidental that the woman who anoints Jesus for anointing, it said that she will have renown far and wide? That's the name Euryclea, who anointed Odysseus, means renowned far and wide. The use of significant names in ancient literature is very well known, but it gets disguised in translations of the New Testament because we don't translate the names, we leave them transliterated. That is, so Eutychus becomes Eutychus. But if we translated it, Eutychus is lucky. And I can give other examples too. In fact, I have a doctoral student who's working on significant names in the New Testament, especially Luke, Acts, and Greek poetry, and some prose and some novels. So it's a very widespread phenomenon, but it's entirely invisible in the discipline. Let me give you one more example.
Okay.
Mary Magdalene. Nobody in the history of the world has been called a Magdalene. Why is she called a Magdalene? Because the city of Magdala is the home of a tower. Magdala, in both Hebrew and Aramaic, means tower. It's Tower Town. It was a lookout. She plays the role of Hector's wife Andromache, who watches her husband die from the Tower of Troy. So if we translated Mary Magdalene as Mary of Tower Town, we'd see this parallel that otherwise is not acceptable. Nobody except Judas's father has ever been called Iscariot. Why is it that Judas is called Iscariot? His dad in the Gospel of John, in Matthew, is called Iscariot, but nobody else is ever called that. It's because it's a crafted name that's significant. Is comes from the Greek word into, and karyota means to the village. It means the man to the village. The villain of the Odyssey is Melanthius, who first appears in Odyssey 17, going into the city, driving goats, so the suitors can slay the goats for the feasting. And there are lots of examples. In fact, but why is it that nobody before Mark ever called the Chinnereth the Sea of Galilee. Nobody does. And when Luke talks about it, he talks about the Lake of Galilee. And Porphyry reads the text and says, there's no sea in Galilee, it's a lake. Mark needs the Sea of Galilee because he wants Jesus to be a sailor on the sea like Odysseus. And we have just been tone deaf to the use of these significant markers.
I think it's time that scholars start paying attention.
I certainly hope so, yeah. Cephas has been mined for that for a long time. Other people appeal to archaeology as a way of understanding Galilee and the Roman occupation of Palestine generally, and so on. And there are some important insights that come from archaeology as well. I think all of those, though, are to some extent problematic and don't yield as much as the Q document. Now, I know there's a lot of skepticism in the popular media, the social media, about the existence of Q. And there shouldn't be. The problem should be, how can we reconstruct Q? Not, was there a Q document? And the people who are skeptical are often not themselves trained in Greek or in Greek philology or textual criticism. And I can tell you that if you deal, let's say, with the textual remains of the Apocryphal Acts of Apostles, you're dealing with missing literary antecedents all the time. And you're comparing various versions and translations of text, let's say the Acts of Andrew, which I know best, and you're trying to find out what is the original version of this. And then you have criteria to determine which is more primitive and which is later. The problem, the two document hypothesis and people who have reconstructed Q in the past have made in the past two huge mistakes. And these mistakes then percolate into modern discussion and make people like Mark Goodacre skeptical of Q, not that something like it didn't ever existed, but rather that it's impossible to reconstruct it. And Neil, those two problems are to assume that Luke doesn't know Matthew, and then to assume that if you can remove Markan influence from Matthew and Luke and see what's left, that wouldn't have much to do with Q. But there are 42 sayings, at least, that are parallel between all reconstructions of Q using those criteria and the Gospel of Mark, that you have to say Mark knew Q too. So there's a variant of the two-document hypothesis called the modified two-document hypothesis, which says that, yes, Luke did not know Matthew, but Mark knew Q. But I think to reconstruct Q, you have to start with a new set of criteria. And both groups are reluctant to admit to it. The Q people don't want to admit that Luke knows Matthew. Of course, Luke knows Matthew. I think there's plenty of evidence for it. And they also don't want to think, in most cases, that Mark knows Q. And I know this is deep in the weeds, and I'm going to get out of the weeds very soon, but the different criteria is the criterion of reversed priority, which is most important. And it's most important in places where we have doublets in Matthew and then also in Luke. A doublet is a place where the author repeats content. One of the cases is from Mark, and the other case is from an unknown source. Now, you could say the author simply liked the saying, except in the unknown source, it's almost always, and in my view, it is always more primitive than what you find in Mark. So how does Matthew, for example, know about 20 different sayings that appear in Mark, but he knows them in a more primitive way, and that they have a kind of coherence? The same thing's true of Luke. Luke's writing after Mark and Matthew. He knows them both, and over and over and over again, he has more primitive content. This is reverse priority. And if the Q, and by the way, this was entertained at the beginning of the Q hypothesis, at the beginning of the 20th century. So there are people who have been oriented toward that for a long time,
right.
But it fell to me to make a system out of it.
Because when I used to go to church, my pastor hated this idea of Q because
Yes.
it takes away from Mark and Matthew being divinely inspired.
That's right.
And not only that, we've lost God's original word. It's gone. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and the notion that the Gospels must have been written by eyewitnesses or there's an oral tradition that guarantees it. No, it's not written by apologists. It is written really by philologians who know Greek and analyze these texts with minute detail and are trying to say, why is it that Matthew and Luke share so much in common that they don't get from Mark? And why is it that their sayings are more primitive often? So you have reverse priority already as a criterion. So it's not written, it's written by people who are scholars. It's not written by Christian apologists.
Yeah, and the two people leading the Q is you know, I mean, I'm not going to speak for you, but I'm pretty sure you identify as atheist agnostic. And then you got John Kloppenborg. And I mean, we're not talking William Lane Craig and Gary Habermas. Like
no, they're not fond of the Q document.
They don't like Q, right?
Yeah, right.
I just want people to understand that this is not some sort of apologetics thing. People really do get that mistaken.
Well, I'll give another example. Mark Goodacre is a spokesperson for the Mark and priority without Q hypothesis. Now, he himself is not an evangelical, but he's become something of a prize among evangelical scholars, precisely because he's skeptical of Q, and it allows for more oral tradition or memory or whatever.
And I like Goodacre, and I'm not
I
saying
do too. He's a friend of mine.
And I want to also point this out, and I'm pretty sure you agree with me on this. When you look at the evidence, when you look at the way you argued that just now, I'm just saying, from somebody who's an amateur who just kind of listening to scholars, listening to all the arguments, I think you and Kloppenborg make the best case that the most likely scenario to explain why all these gospels had these similar things going on would probably be a common source.
Well, historians never can be entirely certain about their judgments when you get to situations like this, especially when you have hypothetical documents that you're trying to reconstruct. On the other hand, I think not only is the Q hypothesis one way or another the most satisfactory, it's the only one that's satisfactory at this point. Now, it's possible that people are going to have a different solution, but I think the widespread skepticism among scholars and non-scholars alike about Q is really a misunderstanding of the phenomenon of what it means to reconstruct a lost text.
Yeah, and I think because Kloppenborg pointed this out to me, because I asked him, I said, okay, why can't it be that Mark writes his gospel and then Matthew sort of makes up a new version of this thing, and then Luke borrows from both of them? And he kind of pointed it out where it's like, that's possible, but it's not as likely that someone's just going to come out of the blue and start a whole new tradition unless he's looking at something before that. It would be more likely that the way the scribes were back in these days, where they would copy text. It's more likely that they're copying something rather than just making stuff up. What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah, I think that's right. And your friend and mine, Derek Lambert, actually had a very good observation, even though he wouldn't call himself a scholar. We know that Luke is using multiple sources. we know that Matthew has multiple sources, and we should suppose that Mark is doing the same thing. And well, anyway, that's probably not well spoken, and it's not what Derek exactly said.
That makes sense.
But the mimetic connections in the Synoptic Gospels, including the Gospel of John, are so strong that really we need to have a literary solution and not pull oral tradition or memory out of the hat to explain things that otherwise we can explain by looking at the data. Now, I want to say one thing, though, about the Jesus movement. And I want to do a mind experiment with you.
Sure.
If one grants that, let's say, the Gospel of Mark is creating a narrative after the Jewish war to give his readers comfort in the victory of the Jesus movement and its in dealing with the catastrophe, and that it's using Greek mythology as a way of crafting the story. So Homer and Euripides and so on. And then we take a look at the other Gospels, let's say Luke, and we see the same thing is happening in this process of mythologizing. What I think would be fun to do is let's take a copy of Luke and let's remove everything that seems to us mythological. Let's get rid of the transfiguration story. Let's get rid of the resurrection appearances. Let's get rid of the infancy narratives at Christmas time. Here we are. Let's get rid of these things. And so let's just get rid of them, cross them out of your text. What's left is material that comes out of a Galilean context, comes out of a time before the Jewish war. It represents Jesus as a teacher and a debater about Jewish law, and not a Greek-like hero. And then the question is, what do we do with all of that? And I'm a big fan of a form of sociology, or a branch of sociology called social identity theory. And I'm going to just tell you what the theory is, and then we can explore what it means about the Jesus movement. All social groups, or many voluntary social groups, have a prototypical leader. And they also have self-definitions. Who's in the group, who's out of the group, what are its rituals, what are its sacred texts, what are the ethical commitments this group has. Groups also have stereotypical outgroups, and you can name call them, we are not like so-and-sos, we are not like so-and-sos. So the group identity gets shaped by this interplay between in-group ideology that is shaped by a leader and out-group antipathy and stereotypes. We are not like them. Now, if one looks at the Gospels, the big problem for the Gospel authors are the chief priests in Jerusalem and at some point the Roman Empire, the Romans. If we look at this material that has not been mythologized, we find not that Jesus is the Christ, but he's a teacher, the Son of Man. The in-group is no longer the missionaries that you find in the Gospels and suffering martyrs in that way, but they're those who are carrying on Jesus's legacy and living out the ethics, let's say, of the Sermon on the Mount or the inaugural sermon. The outgroups are not chief priests and they are not Romans. There's nothing in the early materials that we identified by eliminating things in Luke. The chief priests are not mentioned. Jesus heals the son of a Roman centurion. There's an interest in, Jesus says, I did not come to call righteous, but sinners. So there's an interest in the socially marginal, and Jesus as a social reformer. He eats with tax collectors and sinners. In my reconstruction, he forgives a woman who is unrepentant and promiscuous that Moses said should be stoned. And this is the famous story of the adulterous woman. So there's much more I can say about it, but I want to give it the bottom line. Jesus was remembered in the Q document, whether he was so or not, Neil. He was remembered in the Q document and in the Jesus movement as a teacher who was a reformer of Jewish law to make it more compassionate to people on the outside. And to do so, he had to violate Jewish law and to attack what I call Torah enforcers, that is the Pharisees. That's why you have so much controversy and stereotyping of the Pharisees in this early material. And by the way, you have that in Paul too. Paul is concerned about a revision of the law that allows for Gentiles to participate that are otherwise socially marginal. The one analogy for this is Socrates. Socrates wrote nothing, but we know that he was the founder of a philosophical movement that lasted for centuries.
Right.
And we can put together some of his teachings because we know of people in the early Socratic movement, and he was a champion. And by the way, Socrates was accused of introducing new deities and upsetting the youth of Athens.
Right.
I'm sure that Jesus got into trouble because he was causing trouble in Judaism and introducing the kingdom of God and a new way of understanding Jewish law. And just as Socrates was killed, so was Jesus by Romans because he was causing some trouble in Judaism and there was turmoil. By the way, in Jesus's Galilee, during the time before the Jewish War, there seems to be very little evidence of antipathy for Rome. The Jesus movement did not have, in Galilee, did not have an antipathy for Rome. They had an antipathy for rigid enforcement. And these people were wealthy, they were esteemed, they looked for esteem in the marketplace, and so on. Jesus was remembered in the Q document as a social reformer, clearly Jewish. He's not Christian. The Q Jesus is not a Christian. He's a Jew who's struggling for Jewish reform under the banner of, apparently, of the kingdom of God. And he caused enough trouble that it got him killed. We know sociologically that when a threatened out group finds a leader that's charismatic and generates people around him, that's a lethal mixture, especially for the leader, as though one could take care of the movement by getting rid of the leader.
Now, some people might say to that, what do you think about the possibility that they're constructing a suffering Messiah from Isaiah? And it's sort of mimicking, I've heard this before, it's sort of constructing a mythological character from Isaiah because Israel fell, and that's why they had to make because there is no triumphant Israel, there's a fallen Israel, therefore fallen suffering Messiah. What do you think about something like that?
Well, let's parse that out a little bit, Neil. Yes, we see examples in the New Testament of the use of the Hebrew Bible, and especially through the Septuagint, of making sense of the catastrophe of the Jewish war, especially in the Gospels, but also in Paul, of the failure of Israel and so on, or the challenges of Israel. Does that mean that they created a Jesus so that they could make it match the their prophecies? Or was there a person whose tragic life generated interpretations where people were scurrying about their scriptures to make sense of it? So I think the notion that the scriptures generated a Jesus is blatantly ahistorical.
Yeah,
It's
and
not the way- yeah.
I think that if we go like if the former was true, let's roll with it. Let's play this tape out. They invent this character out of thin air, and nobody says anything. None of the Jews contest this. Nobody like Celsus. None of the there is no. We don't have a source. We don't have anyone pointing to this and saying, "Hey, they invented this." Nothing is said about this ever. To me, that says a lot about if this really happened or not. On the other side, there being a historical person, no one denies it, nobody contests it. Everybody just says, "Yeah, he's not the Messiah. Yeah, that religion's weird, but yeah, that guy did get crucified." You get that instead. So it's a lot more likely, in my opinion, that the likeliest scenario is the simplest one. It's just the text is what it says, but we can take away things that are supernatural. We can take away things that we know that they borrowed from the Old Testament. For example, Judah sold Joseph for 20 shekels. Judas sells Jesus. Okay, we know that's a literary creation. We know that stuff. We know you talk about the Mimesis stuff too. We can point all that out, but at the end of the day, there's still a skeleton of something historical kernel there.
Well, and why develop a character who is shamefully crucified by Rome and and has this antipathy among Jews? I'm going to make two comments, one comment and then a question. In my view, the mythicist position is intellectually bankrupt, and I'm really tired of talking about it.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I just don't see. But here's the question I have for you, and it's an open one for me, and you may have more insight into it than I do. Why does this idea have traction? I don't get the attraction of it. Now, I can imagine what the attraction might be, and it may be a combination of things. It could be that people are so angry at the Christian religion that and they're skeptical, as they should be, in my view, about a God and God talk. And one way to stick it up the nose of Christians is to say that Jesus is fabricated too. And there's some people that have used my work on mythologizing Jesus to say that the mythologizing Jesus goes back to mythologizing Jesus himself. Well, I just don't think that is at all helpful, and I think it chooses to ignore lots of evidence. Another way that I think maybe mythicism works is its novelty. It's imaginative. It allows one to take these texts and to view them as a way of human creation. But it does so usually then to poo-poo it. It's not as if they think these creations are wonderful. It's rather that they have this tragic consequence in the history of the church. I mean, I just don't understand the value of mythicism, honestly. Every society has people who are marginal. And they also have leaders who benefit from the marginality of others. And law is often used in order to suppress. So when the Q document says there are people who are sons of the kingdom, it's called, who are not going to eat with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Instead, it's going to be tax collectors and prostitutes. That doesn't make friends with people in authority, right? Because it reverses the priority that the socially marginal have a role. And I can imagine that I don't think that the Jesus movement was a huge movement. It was in Galilee, but it had enough fire in it to be problematic. And Jesus was taken before a court in Jerusalem and crucified because he was a troublemaker. And by the way, he wasn't the only troublemaker who got crucified. So this was Roman policy. Papias knows 3 Gospels. He does not know the Gospel of Luke. He does not know the Gospel of John. And there are a number of reasons for saying that. According to Eusebius, he has 3 Greek Gospels. He has the Gospel of Mark, and he has 2 Gospels in Greek of Matthew, which he thinks are flawed Greek translations of the Hebrew original by Matthew, which he does not possess. And he's quoting here the elder John, who likely is the same person who wrote the Johannine epistles and claims to have known Jesus or to have met him in his youth. Now, what is the lost Greek Gospel of Matthew? Could it be that that's the Q document? So I tried to develop that. Earlier scholars thought that maybe the Q document was the lost Hebrew Gospel of Matthew. And that's wrong. This is fascinating to me. The elder John, especially Papias, believed there was a lost gospel even before the Gospel of Luke and John. That is, they saw 2 Greek texts and they thought they must come from a prototype. And they thought the prototype was in Hebrew because you have transliterated the Aramaic words and Hebrew words in these Gospels. So you have a Q scholar already in the first or early second centuries. So this is really quite amazing. So it tends to marginalize the Papian testimony, and I think it's the most important testimony we have. After all, it's not only the earliest, but it's perhaps the most comprehensive treatment of the synoptic problem outside of the synoptics themselves that the early church gave us. So I think it really is wrong to thumb one's nose at Papias. He didn't get it right, but he was dealing with a real problem.
It makes a lot of sense because, I mean, a lot of people will say, Q, no one even talks about it. There's no mention of it. And I think you can make a case that Papias is sort of getting at what this is.
Well, he's mentioning some lost gospel. Here's another one. Luke says many people have undertaken to write an exposition of what had happened. Okay, I think those many include Mark and Matthew and Q, and he's aware of Aristion's book called Expositions of the Lord's Logoi, his words. And also, I think he knows Papias's exposition itself. So that's 5 that he knows.
Wow.
So I think the idea that nobody mentions Q is nonsense. We can be almost certain that the title was something like the Logoi of Jesus.
Right.
Logoi to Jesu. But think of it. The Aristion writes a book on expositions of the Logoi of the Lord.
Yeah.
Papias writes on exposition of the Logia of the Lord. When Luke in his preface talks about other people wrote a diegesis, an exposition, but he wants Theophilus to have confidence in the logoi that he was taught. So and by the way, the beginning of the book of Deuteronomy, which is the model for the Q author, begins the logoi in the Septuagint, the logoi that Moses spoke to Israel while in the wilderness. The Q document begins with John in the wilderness speaking. So I think we can be pretty sure that the title of the book was something like the Logoi of Jesus.
That makes a lot of sense. Gospel of Thomas BQ?
No, it can't be Q. There are lots of reasons for it. The primary one is if you put the Gospel of Thomas in the place of Q, it doesn't explain why we have the agreements that we do between Matthew and Luke, and it certainly doesn't help with Mark.
Now, can you see why? Like, because someone might be listening and saying, why are they asking that? Because Gospel of Thomas sort of is a sayings document, right?
Oh, and in fact, it actually has the word logoi in the Greek form again in the title. These are the secret logoi that Jesus spoke to Thomas. So it assumes that there's a public logoi as well.
Yeah.
It's not impossible that the Gospel of Thomas knows Q or the Q tradition.
That's what I was getting at. That's a good question, Seth, because
Yeah,
that's
very good
very
question.
possible. And Seth has a follow-up question, and GT, a base of JC's sayings. Oh, Gospel of Thomas, sorry. The base of Jesus Christ's sayings, like the Beatitudes. What do you think?
There are two recent studies, one by Mark Goodacre, that shows that the Gospel of Thomas has to know the synoptic Gospels. And it chooses to be more esoteric and to deal with the logoi or the sayings only and not the narratives. But there are a number of places where the narratives speak through, and some of these narratives are related to the Homeric epics. So it's almost certain that the Gospel of Thomas knows the synoptic Gospels and reads like Q because he's trying to wash out a lot of the more adventurous narratives.
Dr. Macdonald's book, The Legend and the Apostle, The Battle for Paul in Story and Canon. Can we apply these methods you speak of to the acts of Paul and Thecla and the pastoral? Letters, oh, here it is. Letters as a reaction against them.
Jason, I think another way to think about it is not with the same way that you would reconstruct Q, but the way we reconstruct Q by using a social identity theory. If we look at the Thecla story or the Acts of Paul and the pastorals, we can see that they are both written from Christian communities, but with dramatically different social values. Their God and their heroes are different, even by gender. The outgroups are defined differently. So what we can see is that the two are in a competition for the memory of Paul. And whereas the Paul of the pastorals is very conservative and traditional when it comes to values of gender and politics, the Acts of Paul is really quite a different phenomenon. So I think read the two texts and imagine what the community's values are in them and why they compete for the memory of Paul. And then ask yourself, Jason, which one is borrowing from the other? Which one is the more reactive? And I think you'll find that the pastoral epistles are more reactive to what you find in the Acts of Paul and Thecla than the other way around. But it's a very interesting question, actually.
Definitely. Thank you for that question. Does Paul give us any historical events in his epistles? Eucharist.
Oh, yes. I mean, but is that a historical event? I don't think it is. It actually is rather like Socrates having a Last Supper with his followers in Plato's Phaedo. No, I don't think the issue of events is there with one major exception, Mr. Pence. That is the crucifixion. And Paul's obsession with the crucifixion actually has to take priority even in one's understanding of the Gospels. Already in the Q document, take up your cross and follow me. So yes, I think the historical event in the epistles that's overwhelmingly important is the crucifixion.
So yeah, so you got Christ crucified. He mentions it over and over and over. Now, when he says the night he was handed over, he gave bread, do you think that's, so you're saying that's not historical? It's probably more theological?
What does it mean that he is handed over? Does that mean there's betrayer? One way of taking it is that God was the one who handed Jesus over to his death to secure salvation. My read of it is that Mark already has read 1 Corinthians. And if you take a look at the language, it's really very, very similar, even though they're written in different times and places. It could be that the words of institution were fixed and secure, but I think it's more likely that Mark read it, and so he has this information. The night Jesus was betrayed,
Interesting. Very
Jesus
good.
took bread and was handed over. Well, the question is, who handed him over, and who was Jesus eating with, and so on. And Mark did a beautiful job in creating a story out of what he saw as the elements in 1 Corinthians 11. That's my reading of it.
Wow, that's very interesting. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you for that question. This one is from Elos El Maudi. If one takes the position that the Gospels are mid-2nd century, then how much stronger is the case that the Gospels borrow from Achilles, Tatius, and the Satyricon, etc.?
I have very serious problems with Vincent and the way that some people have used the Marcion's Gospel as a alternative cue. On the one hand, one can say, yes, it makes stronger that the Gospels are borrowing from later Greek literature, including Achilles, Tatius, and the Satirica. I think the direction of relationship is certainly the opposite. Achilles, Tatius has a passage where it seems to be generated out of the Gospel of John. And the dating of the Satirica is difficult, but the parallels are not altogether that convincing to me, unless the author had a passing knowledge of some of the synoptic Gospels. So the big problem with the 2nd century date, Elias, is that we have the Papias reference, probably around 110, who's quoting somebody that's in the 1st century, and they already know of 3 Gospels. So this business about the Gospels being mid-2nd century is, in my view, really without merit. What we can say, though, is that the 2nd century was the time when the Gospels were collected and published together, and there's no doubt that there was textual corruption and harmonization happening in the 2nd century. So on the one hand, yes, you have this harmonization in the 2nd century of the Gospels. That's not to say that they were generated in the 2nd century. And one of the ways of getting at this, if you want to do the scholarship for it, you can see that you have evidence of the Gospel of Matthew in the Johannine epistles that probably were written in the early 90s. So the author, who is John the Elder, who's cited by Papias, wrote these letters, and 1 John in particular has echoes of the Gospels frequently. The same thing's true of the book of Revelation. Other scholars have noted how frequently you have parallels between Matthew and the book of Revelation in its visions, and those have to be 1st century. So I just think the thrill of some people of saying everything comes from the 2nd century is overwrought. Yes, the 2nd century was a time of harmonization and publication of a 4 Gospel codex. That has to be carefully evaluated.
Does any mythology surround the figure of Jesus?
Well, yeah, that's what my books are about, especially when you get to Mark and beyond. But Vesper, there's another issue that is, for Jews, Moses was a historical character. But most of us say now that Moses himself was a mythological character. and that the Q document, in portraying Jesus as an alternative to Moses, is doing comparative mythology, what the ancients talked about as syncresis, to show that our hero is better than your hero. And to do it, there's a rewriting of Deuteronomy to portray Jesus as the more attractive mythological figure and lawgiver. But also, there are two passages, at least, where you seem to have imitations of the Odyssey, where Jesus is playing a role similar to Odysseus, so that already in the Q document, you have this urge to mythologize. Now, the urge to mythologize should not be taken as a slam. This is the way people create their valued ethical figures. So I actually think mythology needs to be understood aesthetically and more positively than it often is.
If Jesus was a real man, why did he never write anything? You're this cultural figure empowering and enlightening people, but never write a word on paper?
There are two answers to that, dude. One is Socrates never wrote anything either, and he certainly was capable of reading. He quotes Plato, and or at least according to Plato, he read Homer and so on. But the other thing, dude, that I want to call attention to is that literacy in our day is something different from literacy in antiquity. Literacy in antiquity included the ability to read, but not necessarily the ability to write. The writing was considered more like a technology, the same way that working on computers would be today. So there were lots of people who could read. Reading was a part of being a member of the intellects of Judaism and in the Greek world. But not everybody could write, and that's why we have scribes in antiquity. So they were the ones who were given the technical know-how how to compose. And that took a different kind of education from reading. So we have lots of examples of people who were famous in antiquity who didn't write, where if they did write, they hired people to write for them as they spoke.
What's one example of mimesis?
Well, there are examples all over the place. If you want one from the Gospels, my favorite, I suppose, is the Gerasene demoniac, where Jesus is playing the role of Odysseus, but in a more compassionate way. He sails to a shore with 12 of his companions, the way Odysseus has 12 companions when he goes to the shore of Polyphemus. Jesus finds a man who lives in caves and nobody can subdue him. And Jesus subdues the demons inside of him. And in order to punish the demons, he sends 2,000 demons into the sea, transformed into swine, which is something that Circe does. And we have imitations of Polyphemus and Circe throughout ancient literature, including Latin literature. So that would be simply one. Another one that I really like is the death of Jesus and the rescue of his corpse by Joseph of Arimathea. Is very similar to the death of Hector in the end of the Iliad, where his father Priam has to rescue his corpse. Those are really quite striking examples, many in my view.
Do you think Diogenes Laertius, Lives of the Philosophers, is a good example of historical figures mythologized?
It's super good for you, Ted. That really is a learned example. But of course, not all of the examples in Diogenes Laertius are historical. Some of them begin as mythologized. But and it's so much fun reading. Good for you.
What do you think about Kloppenborg's 3 stages of Q?
I don't buy John's 3 stages of Q for 2 reasons. One is I have different criteria for determining how large Q was. And I think it must come out of the same literary moment because it shares the social identity features and actually creates quite a compelling document of imitating Deuteronomy to portray Jesus as the prophet like Moses. So I think you have technical reasons for being skeptical of Kloppenborg's 3 stages, and I'm not the only person who's skeptical about it. But the other is that the Gospel of Thomas author may have intuited the kinds of things that John is talking about in desiring to scrub the Gospels of their narratives in order to leave the esoteric sayings left. I mean, these are the secret logoi that Jesus told, that the living Jesus told to the gospel, to Thomas. So there's an impulse both in John and in the Gospel of Thomas to reduce the wisdom of Jesus into the sayings tradition, as opposed to the narratives and the mythologies that surround him later. Let's put this material out there. What do you think the parallels might mean? Are they oral traditional? Are they part of the culture? Is this a literary phenomenon? And I'll be interested in if it generates a conversation.
Wow, that's incredible. There's one last question that just popped up, and it's, can you ask Dr. Macdonald if he's read Marcion and the dating on the Synoptic Gospels?
Yes, in fact, part of my synopsis deals with Marcion's Gospel and the canonical Gospel. The Marcion's Gospel is a very important find, but we have to put it in a context of the reception of the Gospels more generally. It is not a replacement for Q. It is not the earliest version of the Gospel of Luke. It's a later version of the Gospel of Luke that is interested in scrubbing away as much as possible the influence of Jewish scriptures to support the notion of Marcion that the God of the Christian movement is different from the God of Israel. So I think, by the way, scholars on Marcion's Gospel right now are very seriously divided on this very question. And it would be interesting to get more of a debate going. How is it that New Testament scholars say nothing about Homer and the Homeric epics, even though in the day of the composition of the Gospels, let's say, Homer was the most important document that they would have known? Why is it also that there's almost no attention to Virgil's Aeneid, which was the most important piece of literature for the identification and justification of the early Roman Empire? And it seemed to me that somebody had to step into that gap and to explore the possible connections of early Christian literature to ancient Greek poetry, including Homer, and to Virgil's Aeneid. And when I began doing that, I didn't do it on the Gospels. I did it on early Christian Apocrypha, the so-called Acts of Andrew. And I spent 10 years trying to put the text together. I did a good job, but along the way, it occurred to me that Andrew is the new Odysseus. He's the new Hector. He's the new Heracles. He's the new Christian Socrates. And so I wrote a book at the same time called Christianizing Homer. And from there, the dominoes continued to fall. I found such imitations in the Gospel of Mark, in the Gospel of John, in the Acts of the Apostles, Jewish pseudepigraphic writings. And the adventure still continues. And I'm very grateful that younger scholars have taken up the cause and are finding parallels of their own that are quite impressive. So that's the background. So Homer is everywhere in the Greek culture that surrounds the New Testament. But the Guild of New Testament Studies has ignored Homer to its own detriment. With an author we know as Nonus of Panopolis. Panopolis is a city in Egypt. He wrote a paraphrase of the Gospel of John in verse, and then he wrote the longest of all Greek epics, the Dionysiaca, which is actually garrulous and pretty lousy poetry, very difficult to read. And people thought, well, you know, they both are attributed to Nonus, but maybe one was written by somebody else, or maybe he wrote the Dionysiaca in his youth and then later converted to being a Christian and wrote the paraphrase of the Gospel of John, but he's like me and old and wasn't quite as sharp as he used to be, and so it was shorter and it wasn't as good. Modern scholars now say, no, they're written by the same person, and in fact, the Gospel of John was written first, portraying Jesus like a Dionysus character, and then later wrote the Dionysiaca, maybe converting to Dionysian religion, but more likely considering Jesus and Dionysus to be two faces of the same kind of a deity. And the reason that scholars say that is the Dionysus of the Dionysiaca is much kinder and more gracious and life-giving than the Dionysus, let's say, of Euripides Bacchae, about which we're going to have more to say. Now, it's fascinating to me that Nonus, who would have known all of the Gospels, presumably by the 5th century, if he knew the Gospel of John, chose the Gospel of John to be his model. He wanted to rewrite the Gospel of John in a Dionysian way. Now, I'm going to argue that there are two things in the Gospel of John that would have just jumped out at Nonus to encourage him to do a Dionysian epic on the Gospel of John. And then I want to show that there's another passage where other people also recognize parallels between Euripides Bacchae and the Gospel of John. And it's something that modern scholars can't see, but ancient readers certainly did. So that's going to be what we're going to do today. Next time, I'm going to talk about the 3 stages of the Gospel of John, and I'm going to give more examples, such as the trial between Dionysus and Pentheus and the trial of Jesus before Pilate, or the woman at the well. And Jesus is going to give living water to a woman that he meets outside the city, who are like Maenads. We'll talk about the liberation of Lazarus from dead and from his tomb, like Dionysus escaping from his prison. And there are many examples. But the one that I think is most striking, and by the way, other scholars have seen these first 2 examples that I'm going to give you, is the first miracle in the Gospel of John, and the author makes a point of it, is not like in the Synoptics, a austere Jesus in a synagogue casting out demons, but Jesus going to a wedding and supplying drunk revelers with more wine. Now, that is got to jump out at any reader to say this is Dionysian. And I've asked you to look on your computer to John 2, and I want you to read the first 11 verses.
No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm reading from the RSV, John chapter 2, the wedding Cana. On the 3rd day, there was a marriage at Cana in Galilee, and the mother of Jesus was there. Jesus also was invited to the marriage with his disciples. When the wine gave out, the mother of Jesus was there. Jesus also was invited to the marriage with his disciples. When the wine gave out, the mother of Jesus said to him, "They have no wine." And Jesus said to her, "O woman, what have you to do with me? My hour has not yet come." His mother said to the servants, "Do whatever he tells you." Now 6 stone jars were standing there for the Jewish rites of purification, each holding 20 or 30 gallons. Jesus said to them, "Fill the jars with water," and they filled them up to the brim. He said to them, "Now draw some out and take it to the steward of the feast." So they took it. When the steward of the feast tasted the water now become wine and did not know where it came from, though the servants who had drawn the water knew, the steward of the feast called the bridegroom and said to him, "Every man serves the good wine first, and when men have drunk freely, then the poor wine. But you have kept the good wine until now." This is the first of his signs Jesus did at Cana in Galilee and manifested his glory, and his disciples believed in him.
Now, certainly that is Dionysian. We have evidence in the 2nd century by a pagan author named Achilles Tatius, who apparently used that story in the Gospel of John as a model for retelling a story about Dionysus. And I'm not the first person to have seen this parallel. So I'm going to read a summary of it. It's from Achilles Tatius, Leucippe, and Clitophon. Clitophon narrates his stay in Tyre, where beautiful Leucippe sang him a love song, filling him with desire. Later, the couple marry. Then came dinner, accompanied by wine, which fanned the flames of passion as the 2 young people became tipsy. The gift of Dionysus, quote, is the food of Eros. Clitophon then tells the Tyrians says how the Tyrians discovered wine. A poor farmer invited Dionysus to a meal, at which the god turned the farmer's water into wine. When the farmer drank it, he was Bacchic with pleasure and said to the god, "O stranger, where did you get this purple water? Where did you find a sweet blood?" Gospel of John. And when the chief steward tasted the water had become wine, and he did not know where, pothen, same word that's used in Achilles Tatius, where it came from. The servers who had drawn it knew, and the chief steward called the bridegroom and told him, "Everyone first presents the good wine, and then, when people are drunk, the inferior. But you've reserved the good wine until now, quality, but also great quantity. 6 water jugs full of wine." So this is surely Dionysian. And it would encourage someone like Nonus to target the 4th gospel to tell as a Dionysian-like epic. But there's another trait of Dionysian religion that's very important. It's called omophagia, and it follows a rite of sparagmos. Sparagmos is the ripping apart of an animal, apparently usually a rabbit, and then having the initiates in the rite taste the meat while it's still bloody. Omophagia means eating raw flesh. And the reason you have that rite is that Dionysus was apparently, according to the mythology, killed by Titans in the Titomachia, and was restored by Zeus to life. And so he's the dying and rising god of Greek mythology. And initiates, by celebrating his death, are in a way celebrating his life. And there's plenty of reason to think that these initiates thought that they, in this participation, were gaining eternal life by identification with the deity. This appears in Euripides Bacchae as follows. Dionysus himself is delighted in the mountains when, apart from the scurrying Thiasi, that is the Maenads, he falls to the ground wearing his fawn skin, a sacred garment, as he hunts for the blood of slain goats, the sheer joy of eating raw flesh. Now, of course, we have cannibalistic imagery in the synoptic gospels and in Paul about Jesus, about the Eucharist. That is, that in the Eucharist, people are claiming to symbolize or actually getting eternal life by drinking Jesus's cup, his blood, and the body in the loaf. But nowhere is the cannibalistic or Dionysian emphasis as clear as it is in the Gospel of John. And I'm going to read simply a few lines. The one who chews my flesh, it's not just eat, it's chew. It's chews my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life. For my flesh is true food, and my blood is true drink. Then when many of the disciples heard it, they said, this saying is hard. Who can hear it? It's hard because Jews are not supposed to drink blood, right? And from this point on, many of the disciples went back and no longer traveled with him. So it was scandalous. What's scandalous about it? It's really quite Dionysian. And I had a student write an entire dissertation on these passages and the Dionysian tradition among Mophagia. And it's because of such research that I became totally convinced that the Gospel of John is at least Dionysian. I want to get soon to the Bacchae, because the issue is not just that John's author or authors knows Dionysian religion and is trying to create a Jesus who's competitive, but also similar to Dionysus, but actually using Euripides Bacchae as a literary model. And the Bacchae was the most important, iconic description of Dionysus in antiquity. And we know of imitations of it among Jews and pagans and Christians. And there's a whole wonderful dissertation that came out of the University of Minnesota by a friend of mine, Courtney Friesen, that shows how often the Bacchae was rewritten in order to establish social identities of pagans, Jews, and Christians. So we'll get to the Bacchae in a moment, but first we can stay with Dionysus. Nonus of Panopolis and others saw in the Gospel of John Dionysian imagery that most modern scholars would be somewhat embarrassed by.
So a couple good questions I think we can probe here just before we move forward. And I love this, Dr. Macdonald. I really do. First things first, it's obvious who these authors are. They didn't use Matthew, Mark, or Luke as their literary book to make this claim. It was obvious the Gospel of John was their claim. So that right there kind of tells you something. Number two, I mean, at least it speaks something here and it can be used as evidence. Number two, a Christian apologist will try to argue, as they usually do, well, that was 2nd century. That means they borrowed it from the Gospel of John. And this guy who's writing from Egypt borrowing from the Gospel. So when they try to argue really what came first was Jesus and not Dionysus, do you have a statement you could make about that before I ask my final question before we move forward?
Are we really trying to say that the author of the Gospel of John had read Achilles Tatius's Leucippe and Clitophon? No, really. The cult of Dionysus, we know, goes all the way back at least to the 6th century BCE, and it was widespread. And we have lots of imitations of that text. So if there's a literary connection between these texts, or even a history of religion's relationship, it's got to be Dionysian religion coming first. Why would the author of the 4th Gospel want to portray Jesus as a Dionysian-like character? Well, it could be to win converts from Dionysian. But I think it's actually written for Christians to say that just as Dionysus offers eternal life and a good time and love, Jesus can offer that too. But if you read the synoptic gospels, what Jesus offers is a cross. What Jesus offers is voluntary poverty. Pick up your cross and follow me. Sell your goods and give to the poor. Jesus is not a donor deity in the synoptics. He's a slave master. And I don't mean that critically. I mean that the suffering Jesus invites people to suffer along with him. There's very little suffering language in the fourth gospel. The point of the prologue is that the Logos became flesh and dwelt among us and gave us gift after gift. That's how I translate one of these phrases. So that the author of the fourth gospel, inside of the gospel tradition, has a reason to make Jesus a donor deity, that the community of believers should understand that Jesus offers gifts the same way that Dionysius can offer gifts through the homophagia, and offer eternal life and so on. Yep.
The social identity, one of the biggest things that really is like it sticks out like a giant sore thumb is how the Gospel of John describes the Eucharist, if you will, what the church calls the Eucharist, or this place in John 6, I believe, where he talks about chew my flesh that you just read and drink my blood. You do describe the Dionysian, they would talk about wine being blood and the grape being a blood. So my question is, how the heck could this gospel even be targeting Jews in any way? It sounds like a social identity situation where Matthew, go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yeah, we're going to bring in the Gentiles because it keeps like foretelling you, like, don't worry, the time's coming where the Gentiles are going to be the ones coming. But it definitely is expanding beyond into the Gentile world. However, Jews would never participate, or at least Orthodox in some sense that were serious about the Torah, would ever hear John 6 and say, yeah, I'm cool with this church. Yeah, I'm going to keep coming back. I mean, it's obvious this is definitely at a time in the Christian church where they aren't strictly Jewish in their customs, it appears.
Well, two pieces to add to that. As the Gospel of the Dionysian elements appear in the earliest version of the Gospel of John, and then there are two later recensions of it. The second one I call the anti-Jewish Gospel. It's no longer, as in the Synoptics and in Q and in the Dionysian Gospel, that the problem is the Pharisees and the chief priests. Now it's the Jews themselves who are the children of the devil. And so it's a rejection of the Jews in the strongest terms. But even with the Dionysian Gospel, other scholars have noted that the author goes out of his way to describe the most rudimentary language and customs of Jews. So, for example, the word Christus is translated as the Messiah, so that you'd have to, as if they needed a translation, or the word rabbi, meaning teacher. Now, what Jew wouldn't know that a rabbi is a teacher? Or frequently the festivals are called festivals of the Jews, or the customary burial practices by the Jews. And it's clear that I think the author has Jews in mind as part of the audience, but that is not exclusive. There are other things, there are other readers that seem to know very little about Judaism. And I would think that it could include devotees of Dionysus. By the way, one other issue. The fourth gospel probably comes from Western Asia Minor. And we know that Western Asia Minor had several cult sites related to Dionysus, including springs that apparently issued forth not only water, but blood at certain times. So the context is Jewish to some extent, to be sure. but it also must have included Gentiles.
There were, Josephus accounts 6,000 Pharisees, and scholarly consensus estimations of Jews in existence in the first century, approximately 6 million, but anywhere from 5 to 7 million. If 5 to 7 million Jews are on planet Earth and only 6,000 of them are Pharisaic, and that was the largest sect of Judaism, that tells you how many Hellenistic Jews are out there that are probably open-minded to the very things that you're discussing here today, or at least potentially not strictly closed off to those concepts. And so I just say that to say it's very likely you're right that the audience could be also including Hellenistic Jews. Not, of course, he's not aiming at Pharisees most likely. Sadducees and Pharisees, extremely religious Jews, they're not going to want this. But a Hellenized Jew might see this and go, you know what? Yeah, I know about Dionysus. Oh, I like this picture. This is cool. There's no telling, but that might be the case. Anyway.
But let's go back to Western Asia Minor. How many Semitic-speaking Jews are there going to be in Ephesus and Smyrna and Western Asia Minor? They're almost all going to be Hellenistic Jews. And in this case, it's not just Jews, it's also Gentiles. So we should not be surprised that some 50 years after the destruction of Jerusalem in Western Asia Minor, people who have a religion that comes out of Judaism are reaching out to people of other religions.
Thank you, Dr. Macdonald. I appreciate it.
So let's go now to the prologue that you mentioned.
All right.
I want to introduce it, though, by starting with the Bacchae of Euripides. And I just want to give a very quick thumbnail sketch of the narrative structure of the Bacchae, and we'll go from there and go to the opening monologue. Pretend that you're in a theater in Western Asia Minor, and you're there to see Euripides Bacchae. The first character to step out on stage is disguised as a priest, but it's the god himself who's going to tell the audience why he came to his birthplace, Thebes, in order to punish it. It's because they denied that his mother Semele had sired him from Zeus. And that's why he took this form. He comes to Thebes from Lydia with the Lydian women who serve as the chorus of the tragedy. And his first act in getting to Thebes was to drive the women mad. And of course, the god of wine is also a god of madness, right? Because of the effects of wine.
Right.
And the women go out into the wild to worship him. And while they're out there, he allows them to do marvelous feats, including sparagmos, the ripping up of wild animals. He supplies them water from rocks, like Moses does, but also he supplies them wine when they're out there in the wilderness. And King Pentheus, and by the way, his name means suffering one, King Pentheus thinks this is an outrage, and he wants to round up these maenads, these maddened women in the wilderness, and he also wants to punish this priest that is Dionysus himself. So he rounds up some of the women, puts them in jail, and an earthquake frees them. And so then he sends his soldiers out to get Dionysus, and Dionysus comes and has an interrogation, and Pentheus says he's going to put him in prison for a bit, and then he's going to kill him. Well, there's another earthquake that happens, and Dionysus frees himself, but he doesn't flee. He talks to Pentheus, and he says, look, I'm not going anywhere, and if you want my advice, you ought not, as a mortal, kick against the goads, a mortal against a god. That line is quoted in the Acts of the Apostles when Paul and Silas have a prison break because of an earthquake. That story surely is modeled after the Bacchae. Well, then Dionysius drives Pentheus crazy, and he encourages him to dress like a woman and to join him out in the wild to spy on these women that are out in the wild worshiping the deity in their orgies. And the word orgy is used in the Bacchae. So Dionysius then is crazed himself. So they go out to the wilderness, and Pentheus says, yeah, I can't see these women very well. Can you put me on top of a tree? So Dionysius bends a pine tree down and puts Pentheus on top of it, and then returns it to upright. By the way, this is Luke uses this as the story for Zacchaeus, who's up on a tree and looks down on Jesus. And not only does he see, but he's seen. Well, let's go back to the Bacchae. The women see the king dressed as a woman up on top of this tree. They recognize who he is, and they uproot the tree, and they dismember him. But they dismember him, and this is the spargmas, they dismember him, thinking, though, that he's actually a lion when they go to kill him. And Agave puts the head, her son, on a thyrsus, that is an ivy wand, and triumphantly brings the head back into Thebes, boasting that Dionysus had helped her kill this lion. Well, she soon realizes that she's killed her own son. And Dionysus then comes out of off of the machina, the machine, and tells Cadmus and Agave, the mother, and all of the house of Pentheus to leave Thebes. And the point of the story is you don't mess with Dionysus. And at the heart of it is his, if you will, birth by a deity and a mortal. And of course, this is an issue in the Gospels of Jesus being the Son of God by a mortal. So that's the story of the Bacchae.
You mentioned Moses knocking water out of a rock in the wilderness. Sounds to me that this Dionysian story and tradition goes as far back that even potentially the Moses story is borrowing from Dionysus, potentially.
The origins of the Dionysian religion already are transparent by the time of Homer, which would be at the latest the mid-7th century BCE. And we know that these stories in the Pentateuch were written after that. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any literary evidence before Euripides in the 5th century BCE of the striking of rocks and water produced. But that is still earlier than most scholars would say for the Pentateuch, so that it's not impossible that you have such links. Now, but I want to raise a larger methodological question. When people see parallels between the Jewish Bible and Greek mythology, there's a tendency in some cases to say that the Greeks are borrowing from the Jews, or the Jews are borrowing from the Greeks. And the truth is they're borrowing from each other and from probably unknown cultural forces. So that it's, instead of talking about a direction of dependence, in this case, you would say the Dionysian, you're suggesting the Dionysian cult to the Moses cult. It's more likely that we've got some kind of symbiosis of cultural exchange. going both directions. There are some wonderful classicists who've worked on these things. Actually, I'm going to give you one other example that is just incredible, and I still have not seen a scholar of Jewish scripture deal with it. In the Odyssey, there's a wonderful passage, tragic passage, where Odysseus and his men are trapped on an island, and they can't go any further to get home. And Odysseus goes off by himself to pray to the gods for good weather. His crew down below decide, even though we're not supposed to kill these cattle sacred to Helios, we're starving. So we'll kill some of these cattle and we'll roast them. And then when we get home to Ithaca, we'll give sacrifices to the gods in recompense, because there's no death worse than starvation. So they roast these cattle. Odysseus wakes up, comes back, and he smells the roasted meat. And he knows that what they've done. And he's heartbroken. And because of that, because of what they've done, the crew cannot get back home to Ithaca. They all get drowned in the sea. Moses goes up on Mount Sinai to get the law. He leaves behind the 12 tribes. They have a golden calf that they created. And he comes back and is outraged at Aaron and others for what they've done. And it's because of that act that they can't get into the promised land. Now, those parallels are just amazing.
Wow.
And in this case, the story in the Odyssey surely is older than the one that we have as a central story in the Jewish epic, the biblical epic. Now, I challenge, I don't know the direction of those parallels, but I certainly think it's worth a good dissertation from a Hebrew Bible scholar to explore those parallels. And by the way, the parallels go on beyond that. I've written it up myself just as a way of talking about potential literary influence, but those parallels are really quite striking.
Very powerful, Dr. Macdonald. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, let's go back to the Bacchae. And I'm going to pretend that I'm Dionysus coming out on stage with a mask. And I'm going to tell you as the audience things that nobody inside the play except Dionysus himself knows. And this sets up dramatic irony, that the audience knows things that nobody else knows. And so that then you have the unfolding of the story, and what Dionysus says in his opening monologue comes to pass. I, the child of Zeus, have come to the land of Thebes. Dionysus, whom Semele, daughter of Cadmus, once bore, induced to do so by a lightning bolt, having changed myself into human form from that of a god. I see the tomb of my lightning-struck mother, here near the homes and ruins of her halls, smoldering with Zeus's unquenchable flame of fire. Hera's hubris against my mother is undying. But I praise Cadmus, who established this plot untrodden, a sacred precinct for his daughter, Semele. With clustering foliage of the grapevine, I myself have shrouded it. On leaving the gold-rich fields of the Lydians, the Phrygians, the sunlit plains of the Persians, Spectrian walled cities, and the dangerous lands of the Medes, arriving at prosperous Arabia and all of Asia that lies by the briny sea, that has cities with beautiful towers filled with a mixture of Greeks and barbarians together. I've now come to the land of the Greeks for the first time. After having made those regions dance and having established my rights, so that a god might be revealed to mortals. Of the cities of Greece, Thebes was the first one that I started to ululate, that is to for women to mourn, having clothed the women in fawn skin and placed the thyrsus in their hands, my ivied spear. By the way, the thyrsus is a wand that has a pine cove at the top that probably is symbolic of a phallus. Since my mother's sisters, whom one might least expect, were saying that Dionysus was not born from Zeus, but that Semele had been seduced by some mortal man, and that she had attributed to Zeus her own sexual sin. Her pregnancy by Zeus being a sophistry by her father Cadmus, on account of this they gloated publicly that Zeus killed her because she lied about the marriage. For this reason I drove the women from their homes. They dwell in the mountains, frenzied in mind. I forced them to take the tokens of my revelry. All the Cadmean female seed, as many women as there were, I drove from their houses in madness. Mingling together with the daughters of Cadmus, they sit on rocks under the open sky and under green firs. Whether it wants to or not, this city must learn the truth, though now it is ignorant of my Bacchic rights. I will give a defense on behalf of my mother Semele by appearing to mortals as the god she bore to Zeus. That's the end of a major section. Next, Dionysus notifies the audience why he assumed the guise of a mortal. It's because the king of Thebes, Pentheus, god fights against me, bars me from libations. He never remembers me in his prayers. For this reason I will show him that I am a god, and all the Thebans too, and into some other land. Once I have set things right here, I will travel by foot and reveal myself. To this end, I have changed into this mortal appearance and transformed my shape into the form of a man. At the end of this speech, Dionysus addresses the chorus, the Lydian women, or Maenads, crazed women, whom he calls his Theosos, or band of female groupies. Quote, "You who have left Mount Tmolus, defender of Lydia, my Theosos, women whom from the barbarians I have brought here as my comrades in camp and march, take up the instrument native to the region of the Phrygians, the tambourine." So that's all I want to read from the opening monologue. It actually goes on, but we're going to revisit it when we look at the Johannine prologue. And I think it'll make more sense to have gone through that monologue before going through the parallels. So, Derek, you have the parallels in front of you, it looks like.
Yes.
And you can see some text boxes that we're going to get to right now. And as we've done in the past, I'll read the left-hand box and you read the right-hand box.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I'll be reading from the opening monologue of Dionysus, which we've already seen, and you're going to read from the beginning of the Gospel of John. I, the child of Zeus, have come to the land of Thebes, Dionysus, whom Semele, daughter of Cadmus, once bore, induced to do so by a lightning bolt after having changed myself into human form from that of a god.
In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was a God. This one at the beginning was with God, and the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not overcome it. The Logos became flesh, in verse 14.
Both works then single out a particularly exemplary mortal. I praise Cadmus, who established this plot untrodden, a sacred precinct for his mother. With clustering foliage of the grapevine, I myself have shrouded it.
There was a person sent from God, whose name was John.
And continue next page.
Oh, this one came as a witness to bear witness about the light, so that all might believe through him.
Both works then reveal to the audience or readers that the divinity was rejected by his own people. I now have come to the land of Greeks for the first time, so that a god might be revealed to mortals. Since my mother's sisters, whom one might least expect, were saying that Dionysus was not born from Zeus, but that Semele had been seduced by some mortal man, and that she had attributed to Zeus her own sexual sin. I will give my defense on behalf of my mother Semele by appearing to mortals as the god she bore to Zeus.
He was in the world, and the world came into being through him, and the world did not know him. He came to his own regions, and his own people did not receive him. Later in the Dionysian Gospel, people will question Jesus' paternity. And the Logos became flesh and pitched tent among us, and we observed his glory, glory of the one-of-a-kind child from the Father, full of grace and truth. For we all have received of his fullness, gift after gift.
Whereas Dionysus came to Thebes to punish its disbelief, the Logos came to earth as its savior, but both were rejected by their own people. The Thebans rejected Dionysus, and Jews rejected Jesus. In the tragedy, Dionysus says he's come to Thebes because its king Pentheus, God fights against me, bars me from libations, and never remembers me in his prayers. For this reason, I will show him that I'm a god, and all the Thebans too. To this end, I've changed into this mortal appearance and transformed my shape into the form of a man.
John 1:18. No one ever has seen God, a one-of-a-kind God, the one in the womb of the Father. That one revealed him.
In this translation of John, I've translated the Greek expression ton kolpan tu patros as the womb of the Father, although other translations are possible. The ironic expression in John's prologue, that his fathers don't have wombs, evokes Dionysus's birth from the thigh womb of Zeus. Here is Euripides' description of Zeus's rescue of Dionysus's fetus from the womb of dying Semele, as intoned by the female chorus. Quote, immediately as into a child's bed, Zeus, son of Cronos, hid him in his thigh and closed it up with golden pins, hidden from Hera, and he birthed him as soon as the fates had brought him to term. Ancient artists frequently depicted a baby Dionysus coming out of the thigh of Zeus as though from a womb. So in a sense, Zeus is both father and mother from a womb. So in a sense, Zeus is both father and mother to Dionysus. And that's why you have this Jesus, the only one born from the womb of the Father in the Gospel of John. Now, one could say, Dennis, this is just a far-fetched parallel. You're going to have certain kinds of discourses frequently in ancient religion, God's coming to earth, being vilified, coming to people that don't recognize him, and so on. Yes, that's true. But what I want to show you now is we have unmistakable, undeniable evidence that ancient readers saw the similarities between this opening monologue, which was famous, and the prologue to the Gospel of John. And the best example we have from an early period comes from Clement of Alexandria. Clement is writing around the year 200, and he wrote a book called the Protrepticus, that is an address to pagans encouraging to come to Christ and to leave pagan religion. And in the passage that we're going to read, I want to have you read the numbers that are in square brackets And those numbers indicate the line in the Bacchae where you have a corresponding element. So here, Christ is directly addressing Dionysus. And he's telling Dionysus he should convert to him. The first word in this paragraph is iki, that is come. That is the first word in the Bacchae. So it'll be like this. Come, forget about iki, come, and then you're going to say one.
Okay.
Right? And so that's the first line of the Bacchae. Come.
One.
O madman, not propped up by a thyrsus,
25.
not wreathed with ivy.
25.
Throw off your headband. Throw off your fawn skin.
24.
Get sober. I will show you the Logos and the mysteries of the Logos, and I will describe them with your own imagery. The mountain
33.
is beloved of God and is not subject to tragedies like Kithaeron, a mountain prominent in the Bacchae, but exalted by dramas of truth, a sober mountain and shaded by chaste woods.
38.
Reveling here are no Maenads,
52.
daughters of thunder-stricken Semele,
6.
initiates in the disgusting distribution of raw flesh.
139.
Instead, they are the daughters of God, the beautiful lambs who utter the solemn orgies
34.
of the Logos and gather together a sober chorus. This chorus consists of the righteous, and their song is a hymn to the King of all. Young girls pluck their instruments.
58 through 59.
Angels sing praises. Prophets speak. The sound of music carries. Quickly they follow the theosis.
56.
Those who are called scurry off, longing to welcome the Father.
3 through 4.
Isn't that astonishing?
That's a lot, yeah.
And here Christ is directly addressing Dionysus using images from Euripides Bacchae. Clement has the opening passage of the Bacchae in front of him and sees the similarities to the Logos and the opening speech in the Gospel of John. If we ever needed a smoking gun for somebody early on recognizing parallels between John and the Bacchae, this has got to be it.
Wow. This is so interesting. Dr. Macdonald, you know, there's a study done by some of the scholars who want to talk about, for example, Paul within Judaism. And I'm not trying to shift topics because it's actually kind of, it could potentially be in this vein. And a lot of them suggest that Paul, when he's talking about these archons and these demons or these really daemons, which are not just demons or spirits, but they're like lowercase gods. He feels like he's competing with other gods, and that the God of Israel, or his God, is potentially, and his Christ is going to defeat these other gods. I wonder, and I'm just speculating here, I wonder if one of the competitive deities that the cults that Paul's bumping into are Dionysian. And I just speculate. I mean, obviously the Johannine tradition is clearly literarily showing a mimetic connection, but I wonder if Paul, being the basis for many of these gospels that get developed, is already bumping into these sects, and he's not only promising salvation and that don't worry, my God's going to protect you from your gods as you convert, but also your God's going to convert. In the end, every knee shall bow, including your deity. So I wonder if that's something that goes into the vein of what you're suggesting here.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. The problem is that we don't have the same kind of evidence that we have in these cases. So the fact that Paul is himself heavily involved in mission in Western Asia Minor means that he's going to be traveling in the same circles as the author of the fourth gospel. And again, Paul is concerned with offerings of eternal life. The central act of the Christian memory is going to be the Eucharist. And so I wouldn't be surprised that you, and by the way, you also have maddened women in Corinth that some have identified as being similar to Maenads. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Thank you.
Now I want to give one more example, and this one is transparent. Unfortunately, it's a millennium after Clement of Alexandria. But it shows that in the history of scholarship, people saw similarities between the fourth gospel and Euripides Bacchae, and visually had access to the Bacchae and to the Gospel of John in rewriting the story about Jesus. This is a document that's called in Latin the Christus Patiens, or we would say the suffering Christ. And I'm going to read the very opening of it to you, and then I'm going to read an extended passage. And I'm assuming at some point maybe your viewers will see this on screen so that they can follow along with us. But here's how the poem begins. Since you have listened to poems with a pious ear, and seek to hear now pious things, but in a poet's way, give heed, for now, as would Euripides, I shall tell of a passion that redeemed the world. Here you will find the mysteries, think Dionysian mysteries, fully told. For they come from the mouth of a maid and a virgin mother, and the initiate beloved of his teacher, that is, the beloved disciple, the disciple in the Gospel of John. And these are my drama's roles. The ever-holy mother, that is, the Theotokos, Mary, the chaste initiate, that is, John the Evangelist, and the attendant maidens of the mother of the Lord, that is, Maenads. So now Christus Patiens is going to tell you, he's telling you he's writing a poem based on the Bacchae, Euripides and the Maenads and so on. It's astonishing. Now I'm going to read not the beginning of the Christus Patiens, which we've just done, but a long passage near the end of it. Now, once the text is put up on the screen, your viewers will see that each line is introduced with evoking a line from the Bacchae, almost all of it from the opening monologue. And the context is this: Mary has learned that her son, Jesus, is dead. And whereas the Gospels are silent about Mary's mourning, Byzantine poetry and prose filled in her lamentations by using the laments of ancient women. Most of the time, it's the laments of Hecuba or Andromache and Helen for the death of Hector. But in this case, Mary is mourning Jesus more like Agave would have in the Bacchae, and is using the introductory monologue to retell the story of why Jesus was important. And the echoes of the prologue in the Gospel of John are going to be transparent, talking about the Logos, or taking flesh, or having a disputed paternity. This is really quite remarkable. And my guess is that none of your viewers has ever considered this as a part of the interpretive tradition of the Gospel of John. So she's addressing the corpse of her dead son, Jesus. Although you remained God, you joined the nature of man to your own form. This is Bacchae 52 and 54. You joined the nature of mortals to the form of God. Again, the Bacchae. I gave you birth, but still was a pure virgin. Having come from God, you took human form. But your mother's kindred, whom you might least expect, that is, Jews, since you performed many amazing feats for them, these people were saying that you were not a Savior born from God, but that I had been seduced by a mortal man, bore you out of wedlock, lied about the marriage, and foisted my sexual sins onto God. And now they have lawlessly sped to kill you out of jealousy and by a stratagem of the enemy through murderers. You will make your friends dance and establish your mysteries so that you might be revealed to mortals, as it is revealed to all in heaven. And into some other land, once you have revealed yourself here, you will lift up your might. Whether it wants to or not, this city must learn the truth. Though now it is ignorant of your mysteries, so also in every other habitation of earthborn people that God fights against you, bars you from libations, and never remembers you in prayers. Those are all lines from the Bacchae. For this reason, reveal to them that you are God, and reveal yourself everywhere. And if you want in wrath to expel the race of the Jews from this land with arms, for I see the punishment of your life-producing fate, fire near their houses and ruins of their mansions already burning, an unquenchable flame of fire, the immortal city of God punished for its hubris. I praise this judgment that makes this land untrodden by all those who murdered you, O child, who left the cities in Lydia, praised by all, and Phrygia and sunlit plains of Persia, Bactrian-walled cities and the hard-to-conquer lands of Media, bypassing prosperous Arabia, peoples far away and plunged in darkness, and all of Asia that lies by the briny sea that has cities with beautiful towers, filled with the mixture of Greeks and barbarians together. You came at first to the land of the Hebrews that placed you in a tomb, a corpse from slaughter. But you women who have left the land of Galilee, my Theosos, who traveled with me from here, initiates of the mysteries of the wound, alas, the corpse is placed in the tomb. That's the end of her lament, where she invites other women to come and mourn. There can't be any doubt that the author sees in the opening speech of a Bacchae an opportunity to portray Jesus as a new Dionysus.
Wow. I mean, that was shocking in terms of comparison. That was really, really blunt. I got a few questions, I guess, just to kind of put the context here. A couple places it talks about the Hebrews and Jews in this, and you have the reference Bacchae here. Is that the 12th century work that is saying Jews and Hebrews, or is that in the original Bacchae?
No, that's the Christian 12th century. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's just fascinating because the literary construct is so similar to what the actual Bacchae is saying. I mean, obviously, I ask everyone to go read the Bacchae and see for yourself. Nothing is identical, but these phrases right here are very, very close. And
well, in Greek, many of them are identical.
Wow.
And so, of course, this is my own translation. But you could put the Greek line from the Bacchae next to the line in the Christus Patiens, and more often than not, they're identical.
What about in John? I know there's some Greek literary parallels that, you know, there's a suggested mimetic genetic connection, if you will, showing that, hey, this is definitely lifted. In your book, you go into that, by the way. So.
There are some examples, but there really are not very many. That the parallels are more thematic. They have to do with characterization and similar episodes. But next time we'll talk more about these.
Okay.
And I'll try to identify the verbal similarities, and there are some.
Okay.
But for example, when Jesus goes to the city of the Samaritans, it's a woman outside the city that wants to talk religion, and Jesus offers her water out in the wilderness, but this is living water. I mean, the parallels really go on and on. It's quite remarkable.
On all the men that she's married, I mean, you got to imagine she's wilding out, isn't she? She's definitely having a lot of too much fun. She sounds like a Maenad. So I got a question then, because something you brought up earlier I thought was very interesting was that Mary, you know, or the accusation of Jesus's mother, you know, is brought up in John. Is that brought up in the other Gospels? And it's obviously brought up here. What is the accusation going on here? And we could obviously go into this in more depth, some of these parallels that I think we could zoom into. I just think that's quite interesting that everyone's mocking Jesus's paternal, you know, situation. Like, dude, you're just a guy born over here. You're not anything important. And I think it's fascinating looking at that, how people like Celsus in the 2nd century are trying to say, well, this Jesus was born of a Roman soldier who went and slept with Mary. And, you know, what was the name of his claim that his father was Panthera or something?
Panthera, yeah.
Yeah. So does that play any role into this fiction? And is Celsus taking things out of context to argue a polemic against Jesus? You know, what's going on in the gospel there?
Well, Paul and the author of the Gospel of Mark and the author of Q, as far as we can tell, had no notion of a divine paternity for Jesus that involved any kind of insemination. In Matthew and Luke, we get the first rumblings that this would be an embarrassment for Mary before she was married to have become pregnant. Then it becomes a really big issue in the so-called proto-gospel of James. And this is really a very interesting text that we could talk about at a later time. I haven't mentioned the Gospel of Nicodemus. Most of your viewers probably have never heard of the Gospel of Nicodemus. It actually came out in several different recensions, the first of which probably was late 4th century, and it goes all the way to the 9th or 10th century in its various recensions. And it was very popular in Europe, sometimes used in Holy Week. And so there's some reason to think that it incited violence against Jews during Holy Week because it blames Jews for the death of Jesus. But I mention it here for 2 reasons. First of all, the author over and over again makes the questionable paternity of Jesus an issue between himself and the Jewish opponents. But even more important is that the earliest version of the Gospel of Nicodemus, and of course Nicodemus only appears in the 4th Gospel, so that tells you something about the 4th Gospel's influence on this text. But over and over again, it imitates the Bacchae on its own. So that this is yet another Christian retelling of the story of Jesus that uses the Bacchae as a primary text. And in my synopsis of the Gospel of John, I have an appendix that goes through the Gospel of Nicodemus and shows this dependence on the Bacchae. So the Bacchae was extremely important as a definitive statement, not only of Dionysian religion, but it became stereotyped about pagan religion generally. And because the Dionysus in the story is so unforgiving and punitive, and it makes Jesus really look quite like a pacifist and a nice guy. I want to emphasize, though, one more time, that the reason that the fourth gospel is so interested in portraying Jesus as a Dionysus character is not to win over converts. It's to tell the Christian community that Jesus, like Dionysus, gives gifts, including wine at a wedding. And of course, a wedding is a celebration of sexual contact and sex. And wine gives joy and celebration. Jesus gives eternal life to those who eat his flesh and drink his blood. He gives manumission, so that there's a famous speech about Jesus giving eleutheria, freedom, to those who the truth will make you free. So that this Jesus of the Gospel of John is a much better neighbor than Jesus of the Synoptics, who asks you to mow the lawn all the time. The Dionysus of the Gospel, the Jesus of the Gospel of John, brings you brownies.
Getting into the social, structure of these Gospels are quite interesting, especially when you get further back. Yeah, and let me ask you this real quick before we go, because I know Acts does the same thing in a lot of ways. I mean, even like Acts, the author of Acts has Paul continuously reminding people he's a son of David. Like this line of David is very important, and there's some interesting reasons why in the Bacchae, and of course comparing mimetic connections to the Old Testament, why that's important. But they're really brilliant in the way that Luke, or the author of Luke, is doing this. What I think is interesting, and maybe I can ask, is there a hint at maybe potential accuracy, historically speaking, even though we know Acts is fictional, historically speaking, to the most primitive Q sect of Judaism, or Q sect of Judaism/Christianity? Do we see some truth maybe in Acts and talking about this as this was a communistic community that, was very poor, and everyone owned, there was no belongings to an individual, but to a collective community? That evidence that we see in Acts, does that point to a Q community of Christianity? Do you think there's accuracy there?
No, I don't, but let me tell you why it's a good question. Luke inherits from the Q document a great deal of material that's concerned about the poor. Blessed are you poor, for yours is the kingdom of heaven, and the Beatitudes and so on. And Luke has his own agenda about the poor and the distribution of wealth, and he's coming from an elitist. He's telling other elitist people with means that they should give money to the poor, in the same way that the Roman Empire gives out doles to the poor and others as a part of its social outreach programs, if you want to say it that way. But these two summaries that we have at in the beginning of the Acts of the Apostles almost certainly are coming from Plato's Republic, and the instructions that Socrates gives to the guardians of the city, especially Athens, that they are not to own any silver or gold. That because as we know in American politics, money corrupts. So if they don't have anything to gain financially from their decisions, they'll be more just in terms of the laws that are needed for Athens. One of my students wrote a wonderful dissertation on imitations of those passages in Plato's Republic that talk about not having any need. And in that case, you actually have overlapping vocabulary and so on. So he's more interested in showing that in terms of Plato's and Socrates's ideal community, the early church was an example of it. And that the Roman Empire could take a lesson in how to care for its poor if it similarly took care of people so that no one was in need.
Okay. I guess last statement question, and you don't even have to really dig deep on answering this. There's a wonderful book that I started recently, and it really reminded me of you and your work because he was influenced by you. This gentleman was actually on Joe Rogan's podcast a month and a half ago, and I think it's amazing that people are taking your works. It may not be the Guild. The Guild is so like hesitant to follow you, but I'm so thankful for guys like this. I'm so inspired by people who take what you're writing and try to see and stretch and see, hey, is there something here? And the name of it is The Immortality Key by Brian C. Murarescu. I try to pronounce that correct. Murarescu is pretty much how it looks in English. And in the beginning of it, Graham Hancock makes a statement about how he's an atheist, but he has taken trips to South America and he's tried these ayahuasca ceremonies and things. And he just said, it expanded my consciousness as an atheist who doesn't believe in any gods. It did make me see that there's something maybe more to just reality, and just amazing things. It kind of sounded very optimistic. And this man, Brian, has been influenced by your works in many ways to try and see if there was an agape feast. In the 2nd century church father equates that agape feast with the Eucharist, and that this Ephesus feast that sometimes included orgies, coming from things like Dionysian cult and things like that, where they would have these orgies. There may be some overlap between the early pagan Christian feast of the Eucharist and this agape feast, and I think there may be some literary connections, but I just wanted to know, have you read or heard of this work in any length? And if not, then there's really not too much.
Yes, I have, because he actually contacted me and we've exchanged emails. And he offered to send me a copy of his book, and he hasn't done so yet. So I hope he's listening and can send me that copy of the book. And I think it looks to me like it's very well researched and carefully drawn. So, but I'm not going to comment on the scholarship, of course, until I see the book. But I do want to say one thing for your viewers.
Yes, sir.
It is not by accident that ancient religious ceremonies included mind-bending substances. And the fact that in the Dionysian cult you have the ingestion of wine, in the Christian Eucharist, you have the ingestion of wine. At Eleusis, you have the ingestion of a kind of beer that seems to have been a barley beer that was fermented, and people drank before they had the initiation in order to help them get dreams. You have wine as a part of Jewish festivities. And you have in Native American peyote cults. And around the world, you have mind-bending drugs. You have it in the Odyssey also, by the way. You have mind-bending drugs that are used for religious purposes. So it's ironic, I think, that in some forms of modern Christianity, there's this aversion to any kind of substance that would be mind-bending. Now, I'm not a fan of mind-bending drugs or overuse of alcohol or things like that. But I think we would be naive to think that ancient religion was purged of such mind-bending or expanding drugs. And I don't know that I would be in a position to say that they couldn't be beneficial.
Yeah, no. I'm with you.
Yeah, they could be beneficial or they wouldn't be sustained, I don't think.
But I can respect people who do, and they know how to wake up in the morning and they do their normal work, and it's like a once in a while way of enjoying oneself. But in the ancient world, it was deeper than just an enjoyment. I think the religious / pleasure was kind of a combined thing, whereas today people can just go wild and not actually connect these ceremonial practices with their typical daily drinking or whatever it might be. So I'm with you. I think that's a whole different discussion even, but I'm going to try.
I want to say one more thing. The first time I got drunk was at a Jewish Seder with too much Mogen David red wine. So this is now I don't make a habit of that prop, and I know you've had your issues with it, but you know, we all ought to learn that in some religious festivities, including weddings, wine is a part of the joy of life. The real meat of the issue of how the fourth gospel interacts with Dionysian religion, especially Euripides Bacchae. Last time we spent most of our time not on the gospel itself, but on its reception. And I talked about Nonus of Panopolis, who wrote the longest Greek epic of all, the Dionysiaca, about Dionysus. But earlier than that, he had written an epic in verse on the fourth gospel, a paraphrase of the Gospel of John. And he clearly must have seen in the Gospel of John something that triggered his interest in rewriting it with Dionysian overtones. And the two things he most likely saw were the changing of water into wine, which occurs in John 2, and also the omophagia. Now, one of your respondents said omophagia means homophagia, that is the eating of humans, but that's wrong. It comes from a Greek word homos, which means raw, not the Latin homo, which means person or man. And so it really is the eating of raw flesh. But I think Nonus may have seen that. But even a pagan named Achilles Tatius, in writing a Greek novel, has Dionysus change water into wine using imagery that apparently comes from the fourth gospel. It's quite an amazing possibility. But Clement of Alexandria, in the end of the 2nd century, and at sometime in the 12th century, the author of Christus Patiens, used the prologue of the Gospel of John, or compared the prologue of the Gospel of John with the opening monologue in the Bacchae, and therefore we have other evidence that spans a millennium of people who saw similarities between the fourth gospel and the Bacchae. Now, I didn't say this last time, but it's going to be important for us today. When I talk about the Dionysian Gospel, it may come as a surprise that I'm not talking about the Gospel of John. I'm talking about the earliest stratum of the Gospel of John. And in order to understand how the Gospel of John developed, I'm going to be speaking a little bit about those technical issues, and then we'll get to how the earliest stratum of the Gospel of John, which I call the Dionysian Gospel, engaged with Euripides Bacchae. Scholars for a long time have recognized that unlike the Synoptic Gospels, the Gospel of John is the final result of a compositional history that has at least 3 different moments, each one building on the other, apparently not deleting things from the antecedent, but building on top of them. And the image that I like to use is that of a Hopi pueblo that has 3 different dwellings. An earlier adobe dwelling, then another one that's built on top of it as the family expands, and then another one on top of it. And you can have as many as 6 or 7 different layers of dwellings. So what we have is at the base a document that knows the synoptic gospels and is trying to supplement it. Then that gets developed and greatly expanded in the second dwelling on top of it, which I'm going to be calling the anti-Jewish gospel. And then there's another layer on top of that, which I'm going to call the beloved disciple gospel. And it's the one that we have in the New Testament. Now, people like Nonus and Clement must have seen already in the canonical version of John these echoes of the Dionysian tradition. But they all go back to this basic document. Now, how do we know that we have these 3 strata? It's one thing, and by the way, it's one thing to identify the problems in the text that indicate that we've got the 3 strata, but it's another to reconstruct it and another to understand how to, what's at stake in making those claims. Unfortunately, the 3 terms that scholars use in order to tease out these various levels of composition are all in foreign languages. One is in Greek, one is in German, and another is in French. And these are aporii, or disjunctive expressions. Another is Wiederaufnahme. That's a repetitive resumption of something. I'll explain these in a moment. And the other is les relectures in French, which means rewriting, the rewriting of something, which is similar to mimesis. Aporii are places where you're reading in the Gospel of John and all of a sudden you find something disjunctive. Or another example, somebody asks Jesus a question and he doesn't answer the question very well. He goes off and does something else. So you can see these disjunctions. And it's really kind of fun to go through the Gospel of John looking for logical consistency and these corrections. So, for example, one of my favorite examples is Jesus scolds the Jewish authorities and says, Moses gave you circumcision, and so on. And then somebody else comes, oh, but it wasn't Moses who gave them circumcision, it was Abraham, because that actually is a correction. But both are standing right there in the text. Jesus makes more disciples than John. Oops, but Jesus himself didn't baptize, only John baptized. And then you go on. So you get these aporii, and they're all over the place.
They're like earlier corrections. I kind of poke for a second? I think it's interesting because just one example, and this is my ignorance speaking, but I think this would be something to ask. A lot of my friends, and one of them majorly that I'm thinking of, says, why does Mark not have the last verses in Mark 16? And the last verses of Mark are added on, tacked on in verse 9 through 16. I apologize. It's not Mark 16, Mark 13, if I'm not mistaken.
No, 16.
16, yeah. Sorry. So they say, well, you can find that earlier stratum, if you will, in John. But John being 3 layers, it looks like there might have been some earlier form or version of John. I don't know where you stand on that, but that ultimately, there seems to be a corrective layer being added on top to kind of justify the previous thing that's being mentioned. Does that have any relevancy to Mark's ending?
Well, I'm going to divide your comments into 2. Okay. One is your friend is entirely wrong. The Gospel of John from the very beginning knows the synoptics, even in the earliest level. And so that's not going to help you with the Gospel of Mark. But yes, you do have these corrective layers, one after the other, and you can see why they get correction. They are corrections. And I'll talk more about that later. But you don't have this phenomenon going on very often in the Synoptic Gospels. So those are aporiae. Let me talk about Wiederaufnahme, or resumptive repetitions. One of the characteristic things that's rather maddening about the Gospel of John is how repetitive it is. And it's repetitive in a way because an editor of an earlier document has Jesus, it said something like, and Jesus said so-and-so, and then there's an addition, and then you find a resumption, and Jesus said, which is entirely unnecessary, and it bookends the material that's in the middle. So you can then isolate that material in the middle and say that's got to come from a different place because you have this resumption that happens later. One of the most interesting issues, though, is relecture. And this has been demonstrated by a Swiss scholar named Jean Zumstein. And it's been identified by others that the Gospel of John is repetitive because a later hand rewrites an episode that's already been there. And it bookends the material that's in the middle. So you can then isolate that material in the middle and say that's got to come from a different place because you have this resumption that happens later. One of the most interesting issues, though, is relecture. And this has been demonstrated by a Swiss scholar named Jean Zumstein. And it's been identified by others that the Gospel of John is repetitive because a later hand rewrites an episode that's already been there and expands on it. And we could give you some examples, but that's not as important as a recognition that you have distinctive problems literarily in the Gospel of John. You have disjunctions, you have repetitive, resumptive duplications, and then you have the rewriting of an episode from something earlier. Now, the way that scholars have tried to then stratify these texts has been largely theological. In some cases, it's been literary. What vocabulary is most characteristic, let's say, of the anti-Jewish stratum or whatever? But very few people have used social identity theory as a way of teasing out the differences between these various levels. And I want to go into the criteria, very simply, the criteria or concerns of social identity, which we use, by the way, with Q to establish the Q document. But they're even more valuable, in my view, when it comes to the Gospel of John. And the most important three parts of it are these. One is the characterization of the prototypical leader. In this case, in the Gospels, of course, it's Jesus. So instead of talking about Christology, a social scientist would talk about the prototypical leader. The other is the stereotyping of outgroups. Who are the enemies in a particular text? Then the third part is the self-stereotyping of the in-group. So who are we, and how are we different from the out-group, and how might there be tensions between the out-group and the in-group? And the in-group then has two different significant impulses. One is to model itself after the prototypical leader. So the leader is the one who that gives the identity to the group. and the group members are to emulate the leader. The other is that the in-group needs to be held together by intimacy of some kind. So you have love language that's used of people, or people talking about each other as brother or sister. And also there's an expectation that people in the in-group will have certain commonalities in ethics. That is, there will be behavioral conformity. And you can see how that works when we get to these Gospels. So you have in front, I sent you a PDF of reconstructing the Johannine tradition. And I'd like to read some of that and then comment on it as we go.
Okay.
And then when we're done with the Dionysian Gospel part of it, I want you to switch to the file that says Acts as a model. Okay, I'm going to start with the Elder John and the Johannine epistles. One popular or one common mistake that people make in Johannine scholarship is to assume that the John is the son of Zebedee, one of the 12. He's not. He's the John the Elder. And I want to talk about what we know about this character. From its inception to its culmination in the beloved disciple gospel, that is the final canonical version, this distinctive and fascinating early Christian movement was intimately associated with the Elder John. Apparently a transplant from Galilee to Western Asia Minor, perhaps after the Jewish War, that is in the 70s or 80s. And if so, he was one of many such believers from Galilee in the area, among whom one might include the author of the visions in Revelation 1:9b to 22:7. The elder planted churches in at least 2 locations that were sufficiently distant to require traveling informants and exchange letters, 3 of which we have in the New Testament. And they were written in this order: 2 John, 3 John, and then later 1 John. Here the elder, who's the prototypical leader, calls members of the stereotypical in-group his children and friends, and encourages them to esteem each other as loving brothers. He also insists on social conformity. That is, if you love me or you love Jesus, you will obey the commandments. The stereotypical outgroups are called the world, presumably unbelieving Gentiles, and former members of the in-group who had left it, and in at least one case created a schism under a rival leader. In these epistles, one finds no explicit denunciation of other Jews. Surely this group understood itself to be a Jewish sect. This Elder John surely was the same Elder John known to Papias, who wrote around 110, and to whom he attributed references to Mark's collection of logia about Jesus and 2 collections from inept translators of a hypothetical Hebrew book by Matthew. Papias' silence about the Johannine Gospel so strongly suggests that it must have been written later. In previous Myth Vision episodes, I argued that the lost Greek translation of Matthew was the Q, or the Logoi of Jesus. In any case, there should be little doubt that well before the composition of the first stratum of the 4th Gospel, Johannine communities were familiar with Mark and Matthew. Now, one reason that's important, Derek, is that the places where the 4th Gospel and the Synoptics agree are frequently places where Mark is not dependent on historical memory or other sources or traditions, but he's imitating the Homeric epics. So, for example, I'm going to read places where we have parallels in the Gospel of John all of them, by the way, in this earlier stratum, the earliest stratum, that appear in the synoptics, where Mark got these stories by imitating the Homeric epics. I'll just read the list.
Okay.
The purging a den of thieves, a feast for 5,000, walking on water, Peter's recognition of Jesus as the Messiah, the anointing woman at Bethany, the triumphal entry, Peter's vow to die, Judas's betrayal at Gethsemane, Peter's violation of his vow, the favoring of Barabbas to Jesus, Jesus's mockery, mourning women, and Joseph of Arimathea. All of those have Homeric antecedents. They all appear in Mark, and from Mark into the other synoptics, and they all appear in the Gospel of John. The earliest version of the Gospel of John, the Dionysian Gospel, did not want to replace the other Gospels. It knew the other Gospels, but it wanted to supplement them. And he wanted to supplement them because he wanted to make Jesus of the Gospel tradition less a bad neighbor who wanted you to mow the lawn and to shovel the walk, which is what we're doing this February, but a Jesus who brings you cookies and coffee. That is one who gives gift after gift. So now I want to talk a little about the Dionysian Gospel. The earliest stratum of the Johannine tradition is what I have called the Dionysian Gospel. Derek, to illustrate this issue of social identity in these three different layers of the Gospel of John, I'll talk first about the Dionysian Gospel, then the anti-Jewish Gospel, and then the beloved disciple Gospel. The Dionysian Gospel I've called because with that title, because it so extensively imitates Euripides Bacchae. And I'll give some evidence of that in a moment. The social identity markers have almost exclusively to do with the identity of Jesus as a new Dionysus, as a donor deity who gives eternal life, living water, wine at a wedding, and so on. So this is the most important social identity marker. The in-group are those who believe in Jesus, but they include a Samaritan woman at the well, and they include some Pharisees who are attracted to his message and impressed by his miracles. The outgroup, as in the Synoptic Gospels, are Pharisees and chief priests. But they don't play as large a role in the Dionysian Gospel as they do later. The Dionysian Gospel then gets written by other people in a document that I'm calling the anti-Jewish Gospel. And the reason it becomes anti-Jewish is 3 times in the Gospel of John, we are told that the Johannine believers have been kicked out of synagogues. And this must have been extremely painful. So now for these authors, and they probably are a school of people, the church, if you will, is rewriting the Dionysian Gospel. And instead of having the villains being Pharisees and chief priests, that is Jewish rulers and leaders, now it's the Jews themselves. So the entire ethnos of the Jews is blamed for the death of Jesus and of prophets. And so the Jesus of the anti-Jewish gospel says, you are of your father, the devil. And he was a murderer from the beginning, and you're doing the same thing. So you have this level of hostility against the Jews, which is entirely absent in the Johannine epistles and entirely absent in the Dionysian Gospel. And instead of being written as a supplement to the synoptics, it's now written as a rival to the synoptics in order to, so other pieces of the narrative are filled out with material, again, from the synoptics, but it seems to be a rival. So for the social identity markers, now Jesus no longer is the donor deity, he's the polemicist. He's arguing with the Jews, claiming that before Abraham was, I am, that he's greater than Moses, that almost all of the biblical citations happen in this stratum against the Jews. So the outgroup clearly is the Jews as a whole. And it's a painful reaction to the painful exclusion of Johannine believers from the synagogue. Now they see themselves on the outside.
May I ask who the author of the second layer must be? Because part of me wants to, there's a couple different options that are floating in my head. And one of them is that this is a Jew who is upset at the way he's being treated by Jews. The other part of me thinks, as late as this is in the game, and John is late, you have pagans that are already participating like God-fearers at synagogues potentially, and they're now being, hey, get out of here. You're not welcome here. You're not a practicing Jew, whatever it might be. And they're not even welcoming these pagans to the synagogues to hear the reading of scripture. So it makes me wonder the social identity of the author of the second layer, because would a Jew, and I'm not saying it's not possible, I've talked to a couple rabbis, he said, well, there's Jews who hate the Jew in themselves, or they hate Jews in general, and we've seen that in history. But what's the likeliness of the second layer just being a pagan author that is trying to participate?
If it's a pagan author, that author had a PhD in the Septuagint.
Okay.
The author knows extensively in these polemics. But one can see already in the Dionysian Gospel things that would have encouraged an expulsion from the synagogue. Jesus saying, eat my flesh and drink my blood. Or his openness to the Samaritan woman. So there are all kinds of things inside the Johannine tradition that would get them kicked out of the synagogue, it seems to me.
Because John, and you write this in your book, for anybody who hasn't got this book, I'm telling you got to get it, because it goes deep in the sources and he shows it. It's really, really clear. But the eat of my flesh, drink of my blood, we have the hints of this in the earlier synoptic gospels, though John says it so loud and so clear, you can't doubt what he's trying to say. It's so obviously non-Torah. It's like, hey, drink my blood, eat my flesh, chew my flesh. So my question is, the Johannine community is obviously definitely having resentments towards the Jews altogether. The other community, or the earlier communities, the synoptic gospels, and I'm looking at social identity. I love that you bring up social identity because it makes me kind of ask questions about how this worked out. How did the earlier synoptic gospel communities fare as far as that teaching goes? That's obviously not an Orthodox Jew would look at that and go, no, thank you. That's obviously against the law of Moses or whatnot. That teaching, how'd that fare with the Jews? Because I could see them getting persecuted by Jews in general, or high priests or Pharisees or something trying to mock them. But you're saying that they probably were receiving backlash for their teachings, but it really hit the fan when they were no longer welcome at synagogues?
Well, it's better documented with the Johannine tradition than in the synoptic tradition. And we honestly do not know very much about how Jews would have responded to this. We do know that there were accusations against Christians and Jews for being cannibalistic. But many of those objections come from pagans. Mm-hmm. and not from Jews versus Christians. But I want to go back to the social identity of the anti-Jewish gospel, if I might.
Okay, yes.
So we've talked about the prototypical leader is Jesus the polemicist, the one who's better than Abraham and Moses and so on.
Right.
The outgroup clearly are the Jews themselves, because now the Johannine community feels itself excluded. The in-group is really quite amazing. They are sometimes called friends. They are to be unified with Jesus as Jesus is unified with God. And one might say that for the in-group community, Jesus isn't a polemicist, but he's the friend. And he encourages, this is where you get that you will know you that you are mine by loving each other. And if you love me, you will keep the commandments. And in social identity theory, this is called emulation of the prototypical leader. That is, you identify with the leader, in this case, Jesus. And intimacy of the group, so that you have very strong social bonding inside of the group, and an expectation of ethical and behavioral conformity. So that if you love me, you'll keep my commandments. And this goes on and on and on. Now, there's also something else that's quite astonishing about this layer of the Gospel of John, and this has to do with the so-called paraclete. Already the elder John talks about Jesus as a paraclete for an eschatological trial. That is, before God and the angels, people are going to be tried with their fidelity to Jesus. And Jesus is going to be the advocate, the attorney for the defense. He's going to be the paraclete for them. But then in the fourth gospel, we find Jesus saying, I will send a paraclete for you, the Holy Spirit, and he will instruct you in all things. So that the Johannine community thinks that it has a continued access to the teaching of Jesus through the Holy Spirit, who is going to function as a paraclete and to teach them other things. So frequently in the anti-Jewish gospel, you get things like, and the disciples heard this, but they didn't understand it until after the resurrection. And so this was to fulfill the biblical prophecy or something like that. So the authors of, and I think it's multiple authors of the second group, again, some kind of intellectual cadre of Johannine believers, felt that they could rewrite the gospel because they were authorized to do so by the Spirit, by the Paraclete. And it's a very interesting phenomenon that they had so much freedom in rewriting the Dionysian Gospel and the Synoptics to some extent, because they thought they had direct access to Jesus through the Paraclete, or indirect access to Jesus through the Paraclete.
Like some Christians today, actually, that come up with ideas or teachings, or let's put it this way, even other splinter religions that have developed out of Christianity.
Mormonism.
Exactly what I was.
An open canon.
Yep, I was just thinking about that, and this is why a lot of Christians, Baptists especially, will say the gifts, miracles, all that stuff, like that ended back then. No speaking in tongues, there's no prophesying, there's no laying on of hands, because they don't want to run into this problem here. This is a problem, because as soon as you say that there's an active, ongoing application of the Paraclete in the membership of the church, you better get ready for the Gospel of Lambert, because it's coming, baby.
Well, no, but I think your comments allow you to understand how the fourth gospel then developed. It had a core document that got it in trouble. Then you have another document that's polemical, and this community thinks they have the right to speak for Jesus because Jesus told them they'd have a paraclete and would instruct them further.
Wow.
And so you have an irony in this document, this anti-Jewish gospel. On the one hand, we have wonderful passages about loving each other and about having conformity. And to be one with Jesus is to be one with God. And the word ameno in Greek, to abide and to be with Jesus in a kind of henosis, a unification, is really quite beautiful. And it has inspired many Christian mystics. One more stage of the Johannine tradition. And this is where we find the references to the beloved disciple. And the reader of these Gospels would have known that the beloved disciple is not one of the 12. He's John the Elder, who founded the churches in Western Asia Minor, who claims to have been among the elders who had seen and met Jesus. And he had an enormous influence on this community. The editor who wrote the epilogue to the Gospel of John, 21, also tinkered with the text throughout and added passages related to the beloved disciple and a competition with Simon Peter. And in this case, it's ironic. It's a wonderfully liberal, if I could put it that way without being political about it, a liberally minded author. So yes, this community loves the beloved disciple, but it recognizes that most Christians are not going to be Johannine Christians. Jesus has sheep that are not of this flock. And when in the epilogue, Jesus hands over his flock to Peter and says, yes, Peter, you will die a martyr. And even though Peter can never say he loves Jesus with the word agapao, his word is phileo, to be a friend of Jesus. Jesus and the beloved disciples have this intimate agapao verb connection. And then the epilogue, the postscript to the epilogue says, I suppose that if the heavens were a manuscript, they would not contain all the things that Jesus did. In other words, it acknowledges the existence and the value of other gospels. So now it's, whereas the Dionysian Gospel wanted to supplement the synoptics, and whereas the anti-Jewish Gospel wanted to rival them, the beloved disciple Gospel wants to complement them, both with an I and an E. That is, to supplement them alongside other Gospels, but we know that the witness of the beloved disciple is true. So for us, this is the Gospel we like, but we know that there are other Gospels. The beloved disciple is the person that our community likes, but we know that the flock is really belonging now to Peter and the Petrine tradition. So now we have a much more generous overlay in the Gospel of John. So now the prototypical leader is the risen Jesus, who then can transfer the authority of the in-group to Peter as the new shepherd, so that they may be one. The in-group includes the 12. It includes, by the way, the 12 are never mentioned earlier before chapter 20. And only 4 of the disciples of the 12 are even named, and other people are disciples too. Nicodemus, for one. Joseph of Arimathea would be another one. You have women followers that are important in John. But so the prototypical leaders are Jesus and the beloved disciple. The in-group are the 12 and people who are called the brothers, that is, presumably male authorities in the Johannine community. And there's nothing said at all about the outgroup. No longer do you have additional polemics against the Jews. You don't have any polemics against the Pharisees. You don't have any polemics against the chief priests. And in fact, it's likely that the epilogue and the beloved disciple gospel was the beginning of a Johannine corpus that then included 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John and a version of the book of Revelation. So that in that case, the problems that are coming for that is the outgroup, if that's the case, if we have a Johannine corpus, would be in the Apocalypse of John, the Roman Empire. It's no longer the Jews. And in fact, the author identifies with the synagogue. And it talks about other synagogues as synagogues of Satan. And also those who defect, who are neither hot nor cold, but lukewarm in those epistles. Now, there's a big debate about whether there was a Johannine corpus. I think the evidence is quite convincing that originally was, but it didn't last long. But to summarize, we have 3 different social moments. In the Dionysian Gospel, Jesus is the donor deity, the new Dionysus. In the anti-Jewish Gospel, he's the polemicist against other Jews, claiming that he's before Moses and Abraham and so on. And in the final one, you have him as the generous risen one who's handing over authority of the sheep to Peter. And you also have different outgroups or in-groups. The outgroups in the first group have to do with Pharisees and chief priests who don't understand Jesus's signs. In the second group, the outgroup is all Jews, the Jews themselves. That continues in the final version of the Gospel of John. That is, they still talk about the Jews as children of the devil, but it's much more generous in spirit. And so the outgroup no longer is targeted as the Jews, but seems to be moving toward the Roman Empire and to divisions inside of the Johannine tradition. It's a very interesting thing. So instead of talking about the prototypical leader as Christology, the way Christian theology does, it makes much more sense to talk about prototypical leadership. Instead of talking about ecclesiology, which is the way theologians want to talk about in-groups, it's much better to talk about social identity in-group, self-stereotyping. Instead of talking about Christian apologetics, about identifying the truth over against other groups, right. It's much more satisfying to talk about it as a social stereotyping of the outgroup, who are the victims. And by using these categories, we can read the gospel not only in stereo, but with a third track as well, so that we can then try to parcel out one stratum from another by using social identity markers, which it's been a lot of fun to do. And I have my own synopsis of the Gospel of John, which I call a synopsis of 3 Johannine Gospels, that tries to identify these 3 strata. And I find it to be an absolutely amazing document. It both is wonderful and disgusting. And that makes it so much fun to study. I think I'll stop with that and give you some examples of the Bacchae. Oh, heavens, no. I mean, this goes all the way back famously to Rudolf Bultmann, and Bultmann attempted to tease this out, but used theological categories.
Right.
And other people have recognized the various levels. Another person named Urban van Valde wrote a wonderful 3-volume commentary on the Gospel of John that is a commentary on the 3 Gospels. But it uses mostly theology and literary identifications instead of social identity markers. And so for that reason, my reconstruction of the Dionysian Gospel and the anti-Jewish Gospel are very different from his. But he wrote 3 massive volumes of commentary on the Gospel of John doing this very thing. Now, most people now, though, hold what I call a Unitarian instead of an analytical view of the 4th Gospel. Namely, it's too subjective to try to reconstruct these earlier levels. Yes, we can see the aporia and the resumptive repetitions and the relector, but it's too risky to try to reconstruct what those layers are. It's enough to say that they're there. And that's very similar to the way people treat Q. Many people may hold that, yes, there's a Q document, but we'll never be able to reconstruct it. And this is a bit like Mark Goodacre, who's saying, I don't know if there's a Q or not, but I am very skeptical that anyone can reconstruct it. Mm-hmm. But you have the same thing true in the Gospel of John. People know that there are 3 layers, there may be more, but these are 3 identifiable layers, and they have distinctive traits, and people are willing to say that, but they feel obligated to stay with the canonical version. Now, there's a theological and a practical reason for doing that. Namely, the Christian church does not value the Gospel of John because it's got 3 layers. It values the Gospel of John as it is because it's a canonical book and it has sustained the Christian movement for 2 millennia. So almost all commentaries that you read now will admit that there is a compositional history earlier than the final version, but then will collapse. And they may say that there was a Johannine corpus, but they collapse into orthodoxy when it comes to the commentary itself, so that all of these stages merge into each other. If I could put give you 2 images. I would say the 4th Gospel is a stew that is very tasty, but it's got some rotten potatoes in it. But the stew is much more interesting if you can separate the potatoes from the carrots, from the onion, and from the beef. Another way to talk about it would be the Gospel of John is pasteurized milk. But pasteurized milk cannot give you cheese or yogurt or butter. So I'm trying to unpasteurize the 4th Gospel so one can enjoy the cheese and the butter as well as the pasteurized milk.
And recognize that there is distinctions. It's not just one unified author who's supposedly writing these things.
We're not doing that. And that's why I think a combination of mimesis criticism and social identity criticism is our kind of stepchildren to exegesis. So exegesis in the past has been largely theological. I think we need to have more analytical methodologies, and mimesis is one, and social identity criticism another. And when you combine them, you can tease out these layers in the Gospel of John with more accuracy. Derek, I want to go back to the Dionysian Gospel and the Bacchae, because we've been doing so much with mimesis and mimesis criticism, because I think I want to end with some good examples of imitations of the Bacchae in the Dionysian Gospel. So, for example, it'd be wonderful to look at the Samaritan woman at the well as a Maenad, and compare it to women in the Bacchae, or the raising of Lazarus as similar to the escape of Dionysus from his prison, or Mary Magdalene and her asking where the body of Jesus is, with Agave at the end of the Bacchae asking where the body of her son is. But I think it's going to be appropriate now to turn to some reading in the Dionysian Gospel book.
Okay.
And we're going to focus on passages where Jesus is being interrogated either by Jewish authorities or by Pilate. And these are imitations of Dionysus's being interrogated by Pentheus in the Bacchae. Now, all scholars will recognize, and one can see it immediately by looking at it in gospel parallel, that among the most unusual differences between the fourth gospel and the synoptics has to do with the Pilate trial. And there have been several dissertations written on that, none of which I think have answered the major question: why we have so many parallels with the Bacchae. So we're going to do a little reading together, you and I. Right. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to read everything but the voice of Jesus, and you're going to be Jesus. Congratulations, by the way.
Amen.
Okay, so here we go. Ready?
Okay.
Jesus then spoke to them, saying,
I am the light of the world.
The Pharisees then said to him, you are giving testimony about yourself. Your witness is not true. Jesus replied and said to them,
You do not know where I came from or where I am going. My judgment is true because I am not alone. I and the Father who sent me, or it says with me, the Father who sent me. And in your own law it is written that the testimony of two people is true.
Then they were saying to him, where is your Father? Jesus replied,
You know neither me nor the Father. If you had known me, you also would have known my Father.
Now let's turn to page 70. And at the bottom of the page, you'll see parallels between the Bacchae and the passage you just read.
Okay.
I'll do the left-hand column and you'll do the John column.
Awesome.
Pentheus interrogates the priest God in disguise.
The Pharisees interrogate Jesus, who claims to be the light of the world.
Pentheus asks from where Pothen, the stranger, brought the new cult.
The Pharisees do not know from where Jesus came.
That same word is used in Greek, Pothen. Dionysus states that the sacred rites come from the son of Zeus.
Jesus states that he comes from his father.
You do not know, ikisti, what life you live, or what you are doing, or what you are.
You do not know, same Greek word, where I came from.
Dionysus says, even now he is near and sees what I am suffering. But Pentheus says, where is he? He's not visible to my eyes. Dionysus, he's here with me because you are impious, you do not see him.
Jesus, I am not alone. I, and with me, the Father who sent me. Pharisees, where is your Father? Jesus, you know neither me nor the Father. If you had known me, you also would have known my Father.
Pentheus remains defiant and decides to kill the god by stoning or decapitation.
The Pharisees remain defiant and try to stone Jesus.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's clear something is up. And then you combine that. See, what I like about what you do in your mimesis, when you combine these things, it builds this case that in a court of law, John, or the author of this book, would be guilty of obviously using the Euripides Bacchae and Dionysus narrative for his literature. I don't know if anyone's really done this kind of investigation on this level, and that's important. What you do is very, very important. So, yeah, I think there's something there. And then you know what adds the value, I suspect? I don't know Greek, Dr. Macdonald, at all. I bet you there's a level at which there's a gratification or some type of satisfaction when you run into these words and you see it and you're like, hold on, it's not just one word. It's almost like even with you translating it into English, it has the same context. And so you've got words that are identical with similar sounding context. How can you not say mimesis? I mean, that's very hard to deny, you know?
I have only 3 addictions: my children, my wife, and finding these nuggets, just as you said. I'm addicted to it. And I want readers and viewers to be addicted to it too. And I haven't found it all. Now, by the way, other people have seen these parallels.
Right.
They just haven't pursued it in a methodologically rigorous way, or they find it atomistically. Oh, here's a cute one. Here's a nugget that's on the surface, but they don't realize that nuggets are on the surface because there are mother lodes underneath the surface that you have to mine. And you have to have the right tools to do that. And that's where I think mimesis criticism and social identity criticism play a role.
Are we ahead of the game? What I'm trying to get at is, I feel like what you're suggesting here is a little ahead of the guild. The guild's got some catching up to do. Really, they got to go back in time a little bit and reevaluate what's already been there. But my point is, this is, how do we get the guild to see this and at least challenge it? Because when you're faced with this, Dr. Macdonald, it's like, you can talk the talk and everybody can hang out, and you can hang out in your schoolyard and talk the talk. Yeah, Dr. Ehrman's theory and this, that, and this. And then it's like, you're saying, look, put the gloves on. Let's get in the ring. Let's talk mimesis. Let's see how the battle goes out. Nobody's walking in the ring. It's like, yeah, we all know we can beat that guy. We're not going into the ring with that guy. That's how I'm looking at it. Like, why are they not critically trying to dissect what you're saying and deal with this? This rings so true to my ears. I don't know why.
Well, we talked in a previous interview about why the guild is resistant, and I understand why. And I do think I'm ahead of my time. My optimism is not because my work is going to make a difference. What I think I've done is I've made the door ajar and other people can walk through. And the reason I have that confidence is I'm not making these parallels up.
Yeah.
They're going to be there after I'm dead. Mm-hmm. And somebody else is going to come and say, okay, Macdonald was kooky, but he said something that's valuable here. And I can't tell you how often I see people say that. Well, I don't agree with Macdonald, but he really makes a good point here or there or there. So people can see pieces of it, but they don't see it globally yet. There are 2 more texts I want to look at, Derek, before we're done, that are doing the same kind of thing. Then we can continue this discussion. Page 90. This is the first of 2 passages in John where Jesus is before Pilate, where the author almost certainly is imitating from the Bacchae. So you read the left-hand, I'll read the left-hand column and you read the John column again.
Okay.
Pentheus. So first tell me, who are your people?
Pilate, your own people and the chief priest delivered you to me.
Dionysius. I am from here. Lydia is my country, but his true home is Mount Olympus.
Jesus, my kingdom is not from here. His true home is with the Father.
Dionysius. The Dionysiac mysteries are ineffable for the understanding of uninitiated mortals.
Jesus, for this reason I was born and came into the world, to witness to the truth.
It is not permitted for you to hear them, but they are worth knowing.
Everyone who is of the truth hears my voice.
The rites of the god are inimical to one who exercises impiety.
Pilate, what is truth?
Now, that what is truth question means that Pilate hasn't a clue about truth.
Right.
And so he's not allowed to hear the message of Jesus because Jesus would just be wasting his time. Now, what happens next is Jesus, and only in the Gospel of John, is paraded wearing a crown of thorns and a purple cloak. Dionysus in iconography is depicted wearing a crown of ivy and wearing a purple cloak called a himation. And he's brought out into the public, and he says, behold the anthropos, the human, the man. But the reader knows Jesus is actually a God. He's the Logos. And so I'll read at the top of the page. Pilate again went outside and said to them, look, I am bringing him out to you so you may know that I find no crime in him. Then Jesus went out wearing a thorny crown. Remember, Dionysus has a crown and a purple himation. And Pilate says, behold the man.
Dr. Macdonald, I never knew that about Dionysus, connecting that to Jesus, because I was always told it was a mockery of Herod as king, or some other explanation, trying to mock being a king of the Jews, that Herod wore purple or something like that.
It is in the Synoptics.
Okay.
This is already in Mark, except he is not publicly displayed this way. He is mocked by soldiers in private, and then his clothes are put back on, and then he comes back out in the public. But in the Gospel of John, he is displayed publicly. And I think there's another passage here that I might as well read. This is the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite, to Dionysus. I will speak of Dionysus, the radiant son of Semele, how he appeared at the shore of the barren sea. Black, and around his powerful shoulders he wore a purple cloak. Come on, this is Dionysian. It's purple. That's the color of wine. He wears an ivy crown. And in the book, on the couple of different pages, I give pictures of Dionysus looking just like that. This is the video version of this is the visual, the demonstration of Jesus and Dionysus.
Picture.
There you go. There's a thyrsus with a satyr, and Dionysus is wearing a himation, and he's got an ivy wreath.
Wow.
Okay, I think we have time for one more, maybe.
Okay.
And this is page 94.
I'm there.
Okay, we're going to do the same thing. Pentheus, from where did you bring these rites to Greece?
Pilate, from where do you come?
Pentheus, you say nothing so very well.
Jesus gave him no answer.
Pentheus, I'm more powerful than you to tie you up.
Pilate, will you not speak to me? Do you not know that I have authority to release you and authority to crucify you?
Dionysus, you do not know what life you live, what you are doing, or who you are.
Jesus, you have no authority over me whatsoever, except what was given to you from above.
Dionysus, the God himself will free me whenever I want.
God will free Jesus from death.
Pentheus shuts Dionysus in his granary, but he soon will escape his prison.
Pilate commands Jesus to be crucified, but he will soon escape his tomb.
Now, on the next page, I'm going to read something from another scholar, just so your viewers know that I'm not smoking weed. That other people have seen this. And this is from a person I don't know, John Stibbe. In both of these trials, that is in the Bacchae and in the Gospel of John, the one on trial is an unacknowledged deity. Secondly, in both cases, the interrogator is a ruling figure in the city where the deity should be worshipped. Thirdly, in both cases, the one on trial is really the judge. Fourthly, in both interrogation scenes, the deity proves extremely elusive so that the interrogator finds him hard to understand. In both scenes, the deity uses language evasively.
Huh.
But then Stiba also observed a significant difference. Quote, in the Bacchae, we are not allowed to entertain the notion that Dionysus is in any danger for one moment. But in the gospel, the interrogation issues in Jesus' death. Quote, in other words, at the moment when Jesus seems most Dionysian, his behavior becomes truly anti-Dionysian. The Dionysiac paradigm is seemingly subverted. That is, Jesus is not just like Dionysus, but he's also strategically different.
And better, right? Or
because Dionysus survives and he kills Pentheus. In the fourth gospel, it's Jesus who dies. Now, this is only the tip of the iceberg of the places where I've seen Dionysian influence in the fourth gospel, and they appear in the book you mentioned, the Dionysian Gospel. So let me recap, and as a way of closing the door. The Dionysian Gospel is not the Gospel of John. The Gospel of John is the end result of three compositional moments, the earliest of which is the Dionysian Gospel. Even so, the Dionysian traits bleed through all of the layers in order to become visible to the likes of Nonus of Panopolis and Clement of Alexandria. Unfortunately, those two later layers have obscured the density of Dionysian traits in the fourth gospel. They become much more visible when one can strip away from our pueblo, the most recent dwelling, and then the intermediate dwelling. And what we have left is, oh my God, we've got a Christian Bacchae.
Right.
And so that, I think, is the major contribution of this kind of research in the fourth gospel.
That not many people are spending time wondering, how is there any pagan influence within the New Testament?
Blinders. And I have my own glasses. And I'm not arguing that I'm more objective than others. What I'm saying is I'm like the beggar who has found some fresh bread and I want to share it. So it's not that I want to distribute it because I get credit for distributing it.
Yeah.
I want people to get nourishment from the same bread that I do. And by having a live response back and forth, I get to learn where my blinders are, where my glasses are tinted, and where I can refine my arguments, because then it helps me enjoy the bread more too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I hope we can do that.
But when we talked about the Holy Spirit, as you called it, the helper, that these people were coming up with a way of adding this gospel because they were learning directly from the Paraclete. And so now they're coming up with their own inspired versions of things, kind of like Paul probably did. Paul had his own little Paraclete situation, I think, and Paul goes to the Gentiles. He has this completely new thing that seems like it might have been different from the previous people in the movement. This Paraclete concept playing into the authorship of Gospels, is there a reason why this was the last gospel accepted canonically? I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is we don't have other gospels like this or like the synoptics and similar to John that are close to being accepted into the canon, or were there continuous gospels coming because people had a paraclete concept and they were still adding things that they thought they were connecting to God? And here we have the gospel of Barnabas, we have the gospel of this, we have the gospel of that. What's going on with that? If you don't mind just commenting on the paraclete concept and all these added gospels.
I don't think the process of canonization should be understood primarily as a theological project and an attempt to have consistency. It's the result of political and social distinctions. And remember, the canonical Gospels, the Gospel of John that we have now, entertains the possibility that there are other Gospels around, and this community likes this one, but other communities are going to prefer others. The author is saying, we brothers know that the witness of the beloved disciple is true, but we also acknowledge that Peter was a martyr and that Jesus transferred his church to Simon Peter and not to the beloved disciple. So that there's already a sociological openness. And I think the canonical process has to do with honoring the various communities that comprised what became orthodoxy, and to meld them into a book that gives Jesus in stereo and not like Tatian's Diatessaron. So I don't think the issue is conformity of the fourth gospel to the other gospels. I think it's the desired homogeneity of the burgeoning Christian movement in making decisions politically about documents that are going to represent the various constituencies of early Christianity.